Robert L. Green, interviewing for the oral history program at the Resource Center, Stanley Barrows. Stanley Barrows is an internationally recognized and respected authority on interior design. To understand how he achieved this very special and unique role, I think the first thing, Stanley, we should talk about is who are you? Where did you come from? Your parents, your background?
Well, I'm a strange combination, half Texan, uh, with a mother who is third generation Texas. I happen to be born on the Gulf of Mexico, where my mother's family, had a ranch since 1832. And she was called down there at the time my grandmother was very ill, so I was the only one of her four children to be born in Texas. My father was a clergyman in the Episcopal Church, but spent most of his lifetime as headmaster of a boys' school in western New York. So at age 6 weeks, I was brought north from the Gulf of Mexico to the Canadian border in western New York. The school was located on the Niagara River next to Canada, and that's where I grew up till I was 18 years old. My mother was very southern in her point of view, and my father was very much a Victorian educator. It was a rather good balance, as a matter of fact. However, there was an age difference. My father was 45 years old when he married my mother. He was 18 years older than she. My mother was also the daughter of an Episcopal clergyman, and my father was the son of an Episcopal clergyman, so it was rather a strong influence growing up. Perhaps that's why I'm not as religious as I might be today. However, there were many wonderful things about growing up on a campus of a boys' school. Lots of tennis courts, a golf course, pleasant things to do in the summer. And very often we would go down to Texas. I think I went down at least 5 times as I was growing up. And in those days, it was a long way to go from the Canadian border down to Texas, so I saw a lot of the country in between. When my father retired in 1934, I was 19, and I decided that I would like to go to college down south. And my parents had one son who was already in college at Washington University, and they liked the college town, so they moved to Virginia. And we lived there for 14 years. At least we had a house there for 14 years. My father died in 1940 after living there 6 years. And my mother continued for a while and eventually decided she preferred to go to Texas and took a house in San Antonio. So there were a good many years when my family was centered in San Antonio, but in the meantime, I had come to New York. I finished college at Washington and Lee University in 1937, and from there went to the Parsons School of Design in New York in the days when it was way up on Broadway and 80th Street. Mr. William Odom was the president of it, and Van de Truex was the vice president and the director of the Paris School at that time. They were both very recognized authorities, not only in interior design, but as educators in the whole applied arts field. The Parsons School in those days was called the New York School of Fine and Applied Art, and indeed it was the first school in America, I believe, which taught applied arts with the same seriousness as fine arts. It was a school that had been started in 1896 by William Chase, who was a very famous painter in the United States, and I believe his school was an offshoot of the Art Students League. And eventually in 1896, Frank Alva Parsons became acquainted with William Chase, and they decided to merge their efforts and form a school which was called the New York School of Fine and Applied Arts. And because it later on became so identified with Mr. Parsons' name, most people called it Parsons. By the time I got there, it was Parsons, although it was called Parsons, although it officially was registered as the Parsons School of Design only in 1942, I think. One of the reasons I went to the Parsons School was that I knew it had a very well organized Paris branch on the Place des Vosges. It owned two buildings, there, 17th century buildings, and it was my dream to have a year studying over there. I had known people that had gone there, and they said that's the place to go, and going to Paris and spending at least a year will make a great difference in your point of view and in your life. And I was very convinced that that was the thing to do. I remember after my first year at Parsons, when I went back to Virginia for holidays, I had a planned strategy of convincing my parents that I should go to France. And my father, after listening for a while, said, but why are you taking so long to explain this? Of course you should go. And that was the end of that. He was quite convinced that it was a sensible idea. And I'm very appreciative that he had that point of view, because for a Victorian parent and a man who had certain reservations about sending a son to France at a young age and so on in Victorian ways, it was rather rather a pleasant idea, I think, for me to realize that he thought it was a good idea. So I went. In the winter of 1939, I arrived in Paris. The school had had a scare. In 1938, in the fall, it had the Munich crisis, and about half the students had been called home. So it was a rather small group when I got there. And as it turned out, my class was the last class to go through that school, and I was the last student to darken the doors of the Parsons School of Design in Paris. The first week that I got there, we were assigned to a problem designing a Louis XIV elevation, and we were sent out. This was the end of January, very, very cold weather, to Versailles, and I saw Versailles for the first time, covered with a frozen mist, everything sparkling. It was so such an enchanting kind of a scene. I couldn't quite believe that it was all real, even though it was not the most comfortable circumstance which could be working there, because we were all supposed to be measuring and documenting things in certain rooms and so on. And Glenn Boyles, who was also a great influence in my life later on, was my teacher, and later on taught at FIT, as you know. But he was directing our studies in Paris, and would come around from time to time and say, well, you'll have to take your gloves off, you can't draw very well, like that. But it was freezing cold, colder inside than outside. But in any case, we got that work done, and we eventually produced some measured drawings, which the school used to publish from time to time, of our work. And from that, we went on to other French periods, and we had weekly lectures at the Louvre. We had visits at the Musée des Arts Décoratifs regularly. We went to the Archives Nationales, that's the Hotel de Soubise and the Hotel Rohan, to do further research. And in fact, we got to know the whole Marais section of Paris quite well, all the way around the school. There were wonderful old houses and streets to visit. Eventually, it was decided that things had calmed down enough in Europe so that the school could take its annual trip to Italy. And so at the end of May in '39, we all went down for a long trip. It had been organized for a number of years so that we would start in Genoa. And from Genoa we went on to other places. We went down to Pisa, and then we went to Rome and spent about 2.5 weeks there, and from there down to Naples and Caserta, and then back up north to various other places, spending a lot of time in the hill towns and in Florence, and eventually in Venice, where we stayed for 2 weeks, and then we did the Palladian and other villas around the Veneto, and finally wound up in Milano, when we got a telegram from Mr. Odom, sent from Paris, saying he'd been to a cocktail party 2 days before and had learned that the war was going to start in 2 days. It was rather typical. Parsons to have an inside story of that sort. So we were all somewhat in a flurry about that. Fortunately, we had come to all but the last 2 days of our planned trip in Italy, and we were planning normally to go back to Paris with the research and the watercolors and so on that we'd been assigned to do, and work on those, on various problems in Paris. We had various problems based on Italian 17th and 18th century, sometimes 19th century work to do. In those days, that was the way the school was run. That is the interior design program. So we had all this material with us. We had all left trunks and skis and gramophones and things of that sort in Paris, which we thought we'd be using. And some of the students decided that they would immediately go home as it was going to be a war, so they booked from Genoa any kind of a boat that would be coming in. Some rushed down to Naples when they couldn't find passage in Genoa and went from Naples. I and two friends decided we would not panic right away, and so we went to Switzerland and had a rather good time for about 3 weeks. And before that, we decided to wind up the summer in Italy by having a costume party. So we went to Stresa, which is a lovely little resort on Lake Maggiore. And first we'd seen Isola Bella in the afternoon, and then we had our party. Each person was instructed to decide on what figure he wanted to get himself up to represent, something we'd seen during the summer. So there were figures from stained glass windows, there were classical figures from Roman mythology. I happened to go as a Bacchus. Glenn Boyles and Lydia Noble went as an Annunciation, he taking the part of the Virgin and she taking the part of the Angel Gabriel, dressed up in hotel materials, curtains and sheets and so forth. And in any case, there were an amusing group of Americans who seemed to think this was a wonderful idea to relieve the tension of war clouds. And they gave us prizes of bottles of champagne and all sorts of things. So we wound up our trip in Italy in fairly good spirits, and then had the reality of what we were to do after that face us. And eventually, after 3 weeks of seeing Switzerland, I had a number of cables from my family wondering why I hadn't already come home. And I simply cabled back that I was waiting for this phony war to stop. Because everybody thought it was a phony war beginning, but then we found out it was not so phony. And eventually we had to go to Geneva and get permission to travel back to Paris, a wartime visa, because the French had declared war by that time. And so we got on a midnight train. It was actually part of the Orient Express, and got to Paris. And when I got there, I found that there were sandbags everywhere. I went to the Place des Vosges, and the school had sandbags piled up around the foundations of the building. And some of the windows were all painted blue, as many windows were in Paris. And it was rather scary. And I collected up all my drawings and things, and the secretary said, Monsieur Barros, I don't see why you should be going home now. It'll all be over by Noel. But in any case, I decided it was long enough, and I had waited long enough, and so I booked passage along with some friends to go from Bordeaux. And I had left things in storage at a little hotel, and I found I couldn't get a taxi to take my trunk and the other things, so I had to hire a horse and wagon. It was a coal wagon, actually. And so I stopped by for the two friends' things. They were different places, and we had a load of stuff to take down to the station. We got on a train. It took us 4 hours to get to Bordeaux, or a little more. It's filled with soldiers. And it was getting really very frantic. Lots of people had to stand up most of the way. and the soldiers were getting drunker on wine that was being passed in at windows all the way down. In any case, we got to Bordeaux and we found that some very rich South Americans had bribed the steamship agents and had gotten our tickets. So we couldn't go for another 3 weeks when they were sending another little boat over for Americans. So I said, well, let's go to Biarritz. So we all went to Biarritz. Had a very nice time. And Glenn Boyles came down with Lydia Noble, a friend of his who had a very spiffy little car. At the back, it was filled up with Courvoisier and champagne. So our evenings were quite gay, lively. And we had divine weather that year. We went swimming for most of the days. And that part of France had never had such a lovely October as it had that year the war started. And finally a little ship called the Shawnee that normally went from New York to Florida arrived. And we all got on and had a 10-day trip back and got back. And school was resuming again, and so we all went back to our classes and took up where we'd left off. And I eventually finished up the following spring in 1940. And after a couple of tries with some firms that worked for me and I not for them, I wound up with a job with Joe Platt. And Joseph Platt was a wonderful man to work for, temperamental, somewhat difficult, but very stimulating, and had one of the most creative businesses, not only interior design, but in all kinds of other fields. He did a certain amount of designing for Whitman's candy boxes, and he did designs for cabin crafts, bedspreads, and eventually he did a lot of work in Hollywood, and indeed did the sets for Gone with the Wind and for Rebecca. That had already been happening by the time I got there. But we had very interesting assignments. Charles Heileman, who was later chairman of the interior design department at FIT, was already there before I got there, but we were good friends, and it was nice to work with him there. But eventually, in 1941, our draft numbers came up. First he was drafted and then I. And so our careers with Joe Platt ended after somewhat less than a year. And I went off in the Army, eventually winding up at Fort Knox, and was classified as a candidate for being a topographic draftsman. So I went to special school, Army schools for instruction in map making, and was assigned to a Army Force headquarters. And I stayed with them for about 2 years, transferring eventually to Camp Chaffee in Arkansas. We had all kinds of maneuvers there. I was assigned to a very interesting general who had experience in North Africa and asked me to paint sort of murals that he could lecture with from photographs that he had brought back from North Africa of scenes where there had been tank warfare. So I did things of that sort. And he liked the results, and so I had very special arrangements, and I was pretty much my own boss. I had a sort of a studio office, and I had my special quarters in the barracks and so on, so it was a good deal for me. By that time I was a technician, I think first grade, and it was a much pleasanter situation than I had expected to find in the Army. But I wasn't very pleased with all of the maneuvers and so on, which got to be very boring, and I applied to get into the Air Force, and eventually my application was reviewed and accepted, and so I transferred to the Air Force and was assigned to a school to learn about photo mosaic work. So I wound up doing that, and eventually, just 6 weeks before the war ended in 1945, I was sent to Italy and was part of the 15th Air Force Reconnaissance Group with Elliott Roosevelt commanding. And I did some work there. I seemed to wind up doing covers for our little magazine from time to time. That was a kind of work that I never expected to be doing in the Army, but anyway, they thought I had some talent for illustration, so I was doing that. They didn't have much for us to do toward the end of the war anyway. And when the war ended, we had all sorts of opportunities. People were allowed to go to Rome for R&R, and I would sign up for 2 weeks at a time, and then when I'd come back, a lot of soldiers were more interested in gambling for very high stakes. Some of them won enough to buy farms in Italy and things of that sort, so they couldn't be torn away from the cards. But I would simply sign up for Rome, and every time I'd come back, I'd leave the next day and go back again. So I had a nice 6 weeks of Rome. And then eventually, when the atom bomb was dropped, we were about ready to go to the Pacific, but all plans were changed. In fact, we were at port of embarkation in Naples. And they said, well, all of you who came over to Italy late will have to wait till the ones with the lower numbers had gone home. So we had a choice of doing various things, and one of the choices was to go to an Army Study Center in Florence. So I went up to Florence, where I stayed until the end of the year, and had a wonderful time. The Army had taken over a group of buildings that had been built for Mussolini's Air Force, for special aeronautic instruction. And it was in the Cascine, lovely park in Florence, and we had both Italian and American faculty. So I learned to speak Italian while I was there, and I took courses in the history of Italian architecture, and we had transportation to go all over Tuscany, and it was really quite marvelous. Eventually, I became friends with some people associated with the motor park, and I had a Jeep at my disposal, so I could cover ground in my own way in a good many off hours. And I bought a good many pieces of antique furniture, which I still have. Those chairs, for instance, these two 1795 chairs, which I think I bought for the equivalent of $25 each. The man didn't want to accept cash, it was script money. So I said, what would he like? And he said, oh, cigarettes, of course. So those eventually cost me each a carton of cigarettes. Anyway, I had a good time for that part of the Army service. And eventually, when my number came up, I was allowed to embark. I came back on an aircraft carrier called the Baton. And on board were the Andrews sisters, who entertained day and night various performances in the Wings Over Jordan choir, and Red Skelton. And I saw them from a fourth layer bunk, reclining like this. Never such a luxurious trip back. So in January of 1946, we wound up at Fort Dix and were processed out and came to New York. And I had called some Texas cousins who were living at the Hampshire house because I had no place to live, and they said, well, we're going down to Florida for the rest of the winter. Why didn't you take the apartment? So I never lived quite so well after that as I did those first months back in New York. I had simply a wonderful time coming back. And one of the first people I encountered on Fifth Avenue was Van Choix, who was by then the director and head of the Parsons School. Mr. Odom hadn't died the year before. And so he said, Stanley, what are you going to do? And I said, well, I hope I get my job back with Mr. Platt. He said, I think it's not likely. He's not at all well. Eventually he had a stroke that year. And he's cutting down. And so I said, what do you think I should do? And he said, I think you should teach at Parsons. And I said, well, when should I start? And he said, tomorrow. So that's how I started. In the spring term of 46.
All right, may I break in? Let's go back to that point in your life when you decided that the area of interior design was something that you wished to devote yourself to.
I first got interested in interiors when I was in my junior year at Washington Lee University. And we had a very stimulating faculty advisor for our student theater, which was called the Troubadours. And they had a brand new theater, which was inaugurated that year. And I was appointed assistant stage designer for the production. And I began sketching out interiors. Private Lives was one of the first things I did sets for. And Lawrence Edward Watkin, who was our faculty advisor, happened to be the man who became rather suddenly famous because he wrote a play which produced on Broadway called On Borrowed Time. which was a Susei Fool. He became a figure in Hollywood after that, too. But anyway, I took his advice rather seriously, and he said, why don't you think about stage design? So I broke that idea to my parents, and they said, well, we understand that 95% of the people trained in stage design are out of work in New York. A lot of them were working for WPA, traveling theater and so on. In fact, some of them had come through Virginia, some traveling troops, and the conditions didn't look very good in the late 30s, and so I decided to try to find something a little more practical, and I consulted some friends in New York, and they said, well, the next best thing is to think about interior design as long as those sets that you've had some success with were interiors. So then I came up during the spring holidays and looked at the portfolios at the Parsons School, and I decided that was for me. And so instead of becoming a scenic designer for the theater, I wound up in the field of interior design as a student.
All right, now we can pick you up with Van Day Truitt saying to you, you can start teaching tomorrow.
Well, at that point, the Parsons School was beginning to get the first wave of a flood of GIs that were coming into the school. Of course, all schools everywhere were benefiting from the veterans that were coming back, and so the classes were already swelling, and they hadn't enough teaching staff. So I went in to assist in the first year instruction, and there was a famous man at Parsons called Robert Castle, who had been teaching for about 25 years by that time, who took me on as assistant and showed me the ropes of teaching and so on. And right away I felt as if I'd been doing it forever. It seemed the most natural thing in the world. Of course, I knew the library, and I was able to help students over things that had been problems for me, and their layouts and things of that sort. And I also worked with a lady called Nina Hett, who didn't live very long after that, but she was a charming and wonderful woman who lived in a beautiful way herself, and she, although she could have done anything she wanted to, she chose to be an instructor in interior design, and she was an exciting person for Parsons School to have at the time, and she made it interesting for me as well. So those two people, Robert Castle and Nina Hett, were an influence at that time, and then in the second year there was Glenn Boyles and there was Stuart Rushline, who had, both of them had taught in the Paris School for a long time, and we all liked working together and talking over problems together, and it was extremely nice. And of course Van Truex would come into the classrooms often and give us talks about what he felt should be emphasized, or sometimes things that were not being taught at all were introduced. And he had a gift of coming up to a student whose work would be somehow very undistinguished at times, or almost pathetic, and finding something about it that was simply marvelous. He'd cover up most of it with his hands and then say, well, this is simply marvelous right here. Why don't you do more with that idea? And so we got the idea of taking somebody who was not too gifted at first and seeing if we couldn't find something we could work with. It was the thing of the silk purse out of the sow's ear, and that was part of the Parsons process of not only producing the work in the studio, but of opening their eyes to many things about design, and particularly about lifestyles. And right through the year, we would take students to see beautiful houses and apartments and so on. And Van was...
How did that work?
Well, for instance, he was a friend of Millicent Rogers, and so we'd go and see Millicent Rogers' house, and sometimes she would come to the school with him and make remarks about a certain problem that might involve something she was very familiar with. For instance, we might be working on a Louis XVI boiserie, a salon, and she had lived in many such houses that had woodwork of that sort, and if she saw arrangements of furniture or selections of things that she didn't think were appropriate for people who were used to that lifestyle, she'd say, well, I don't think this would would be right at all for this, and why don't you think of this, this, or this, or I think it should be much more relaxed, or this looks too much like a museum, or something of that sort. And eventually she gave competitions. She had acquired a Virginia plantation called Claremont on the James River, and when the war had started, she was able to bring over a lot of her European furniture, a lot of it from a schloss near St. Anton. And Van had helped her arrange those things in a Georgian plantation house. It was a marvelous combination. Eventually, we all went down to Virginia, not only to see that, but to see Williamsburg and other houses. But we had advantages of that sort. And she wanted a bathroom design off her boudoir in that house that would incorporate a large Rococo terracotta stove and a very special chaise longue which she brought back, and other such things, and it gave us an idea about and a chimney piece, something else. A chimney piece was in the dressing room, I guess. Anyway, these things all had to be worked together, and we got an idea of what a dressing room and what a bathroom should be, or could be, and that would never have occurred to any of us at that age, to take those sort of things as real situations.
Yeah, because it's an extraordinary experience to be instructed or communicated to by somebody who actually lives that lifestyle.
Exactly. So we did have some things of that sort happening. Mrs. Foy, Thelma Foy, daughter of Walter Chrysler, had bought a wonderful house on 91st Street. It was a Vanderbilt house. And Van was very good friends with her at the time, and he thought it would be a good idea for us to see that. So we went up there, and eventually, about 3 years later, when I was in charge of some of the period design work at Parsons, I would go up and have tea with her the day before we would take students there, and she'd tell me about her new acquisitions and where she had put things, and she had wonderful notebooks of her acquisitions, very methodically done, and of course she had had wonderful advice from people like Pierre Verlet in Paris and all the people at French and Company and so on. And although she had started off from scratch, not knowing much about 18th century cabinet work and so on, she became an expert and was very, very methodical about her research on these pieces before she would acquire them.
It's also interesting that both of those ladies had strong reputations in the world of fashion because of their taste and their purchases and their individual style that influenced fashion designers.
Yes, when Mrs. Foy came downstairs for tea, I remember seeing her come down a wonderful flight of marble stairs in that Vanderbilt house that she owned. And she had on a dress that I suppose was appropriate for her lifestyle, but it seemed to me a sort of dramatic, almost Hollywood effect. It was of black tulle, a very tight at the waist, grosgrain ribbon here, and very full sleeves, transparent sleeves, and an extremely full skirt, and some extraordinary pearls. But we had tea in a library where she sort of nestled down in these enormous soft cushions and so on. It was a real picture seeing her ensconced in that way.
What were you wearing?
I was wearing a J press jacket and some slacks, just my usual sort of professor's professorial outfit, which seemed to me all right for anything of that sort as I was coming as a representative of the school.
Were all the visits to apartments and houses on the elitist and deluxe level, or were there other levels?
There were other levels. Bill Reiser, who was vice president at Raymond Loewy, had a rather modern apartment right in back of the Museum of Modern Art in the Rockefeller building there, apartment house. And it was very contemporary, and we thought it was wise to show the students what was new at that time. And he had the benefit of the Loewy point of view, and he had some things I think that had come out of the Loewy studio. And as well, he had a few Biedermeier things as accent pieces, but we did have things of that sort too.
Were people like Hans and Florence Knoll and Hardoy and Charles Eames part of that influence?
Uh, yes. As a matter of fact, Philip Johnson came in to lecture from time to time. The school at that time had rather confined quarters on East 57th Street that had been taken during the war. They moved from Upper Broadway to 57th Street, and so they used the auditorium of the French Institute on 60th Street. And Philip Johnson used to give some lectures on a fairly regular basis for 2 or 3 years. And in fact, we saw his plans for the famous glass house in New Canaan, and eventually we had a trip arranged. So we saw it, I think, the first year after it was built. And Edgar Kaufman came and gave talks as well at the Museum of Modern Art. And of course, both of them were very avant-garde in their point of view about the international style. Philip Johnson was one of those two people who created the expression international style. We had George Nelson coming to discuss some contemporary. Van was very strong on having the third-year people work with contemporary designers and being aware of contemporary design. In Paris, we had Jean-Michel Franck as a critic in modern design. And I remember he took us around to see the Guerlain shop on Place Vendôme when it was brand new.
What was he like?
He was extremely reticent, rather shy, very elegantly dressed.
How old was he at that time?
He was about 37 or 38, and he was very, very much in with some of the most elegant people in Paris.
Because you have to think of him as a seminal designer who
Yes.
influenced everybody.
He was a great friend of the Vicomte and the Vicomtesse de Noailles, the famous married law. And he had already designed that wonderful room that was covered with parchment and had her Picassos and Matisses and Gauguins and so on hung from heavy chains in the salon. And he had designed some wonderful tables that later on were known in this country as Parsons tables, because we at the school used to adapt some of his designs in our own work. And when the school exhibited the Paris school's projects, they caused quite some interest, because Parsons' spring showings were like sort of an important vernissage almost, and a great many of the New York avant-garde and also establishment people came to those shows. And a good many decorators said, oh, well, that's a marvelous idea for a table. Let's have one of those made up. And the Parsons table, having the apron and the legs of the same dimension, were a very easy table to reproduce. And it could be finished, of course, in any way. You could have it in an eggshell lacquer finish, or you could have it outlined with a little inlay of silver, or you could have it covered in leather, or you could do all sorts of things with it. And it could be almost any size. It could be scaled up or down. And so it became known as the Parsons table. It was actually a Jean-Michel Franck idea. So there was an awareness of contemporary design, but of a very special sort. And there was also an emphasis on rejection, on things that were mediocre or were crazy, or were poorly made, or things that were inappropriate. And I think building up a critical eye to survey the contemporary scene was an important contribution of the Parsons.
What was the attitude towards the Bauhaus?
At that time, the Bauhaus began to be an influence over here, and when Skidmore, Owens and Merrill began to adopt some of the Bauhaus ideas, the Parsons School was very aware of it. When the Lever House building on 53rd and Park went up, we all marched over there with pencil and sketch pads and so on to take notes and things. And we were fascinated with all of that. But it was the idea that you had to judge things with a critical point of view of what was appropriate. And for an office building, the Bauhaus solution, the Mies van der Rohe idea of what a skyscraper could be, a skin of glass and steel and so on, was a wonderful solution. But that it wasn't the solution for everybody, that is, for residential work and so on. And there were reservations about some of the Bauhaus work. Some of it, when it was terribly brutal, was too much for the faculty at that time to understand, I guess. Brutalism was a concept that was very difficult when it first came in.
Define brutalism for me.
Well, the idea of purposely using exposed rusted metal, of having concrete, poured concrete with the rough boards of the molds pressed into the concrete, showing as an idea of having extremely unfinished surfaces, of using many of the industrial methods of construction, factory ideas as serious solutions for finished buildings, whether they were for office buildings or hotels or in some cases residential work, saying, well, think about this over again. Perhaps there is beauty in the pressed surfaces of wood against concrete or natural rusted metals and things of that sort. Think about it in a different way. But I think brutalism for brutalism's sake oftentimes caused a great deal of ugliness to be produced. When one looks around at some of the things that were done at Harvard or Yale during those years when the Bauhaus faculty became part of the architectural schools of both universities, there was a lot of controversy and a lot of comments pro and con, and you sort of decided that some were better solutions than others. And I think with time one can look at some of those things and say, well, they were very interesting and perhaps necessary experiments, but some of them haven't done as well with time as others.
Where did Walter Gropius fit into that whole picture?
Well, Gropius, along with Mies and others, all had to leave Germany, and in some cases they had a brief stopover in England and then wound up over here. And as Tom Wolfe says in From Bauhaus to Our House, they came over as sort of gods from another world, more or less like the Spaniards coming to Montezuma's part of Mexico, that they were accepted as the sort of savior princes coming over. And so there was an enormous amount of enthusiasm by on the part of some of the young faculties particularly, who were fed up with the state of things in architecture, with the Bauhaus, with the Beaux-Arts approach. And so Gropius, of course, became great power, just as Mies van der Rohe did.
I would suppose, of course, that there's great value for a student to be exposed to all of these influences, so that his own decision as to which direction he wishes to take can be made rather than have it dictated to him.
Yes, Van Truex was interested in using very contemporary furniture. For instance, the Charles Eames chair was introduced to Parsons by Van when he did over his little apartment about 1948 or 9. He's always doing it over. He introduced some Eames chairs, and he had them combined, of course, with traditional furniture of various sorts. But they looked very well. He
was very much interested in having us try out things in funny combinations or unexpected combinations. And some of the work that was done in the school at the time had a sort of forced look. For instance, some of the Louis XVI and Rococo boiserie rooms, some Eames chairs and other sorts of things were introduced. And if you look at them today, they look rather curious. They've become period pieces in themselves, and it looks as though someone was forcing it. They didn't look, these pieces of furniture didn't look very appropriate in some of these rooms, but it was an experiment. And sometimes the rooms wound up being done in two ways. One way with a period background and a great many contemporary pieces, and then another way with rather traditional pieces. And then they'd have such exercises as keeping all the traditional furniture and making the background contemporary and things of that sort. So they were experimenting with things.
When did eclecticism really start?
Well, I suppose eclecticism reached a height during Victorian times when people were choosing from almost every period, from Gothic through Renaissance and Elizabethan things. Stamford White in some of his interiors couldn't have been more eclectic. Turn of the century things. The Belle Epoque itself in France was very eclectic. If you look through some of those photographs of great French houses in Paris, Bureau Tel Paris series, it's rather amusing because the photographs in some cases were taken about 1910 or 1911, and they show these really glorious boiseries with the weirdest collection of Napoleon Toir and later things, Edwardian things, all combined, higgledy-piggledy, in some of these rooms. Well, of course, that takes eclecticism to an extreme. But when Edith Wharton, and later on Elsie de Wolfe, and Ogden Codman, and others, like the painter Walter Gay, who had a chateau near Fontainebleau, began to head toward the 18th century in their thinking, to select things mainly 18th century. They eliminated a great many of the other things, particularly the Renaissance things, or the Victorian sort of bastard copies and so on. And it was a much more controlled kind of selection. It still included what was then present-day upholstery and a conception of comfortable furnishings for an easier kind of lifestyle. But it was eclectic. And then the Parsons School was very much influenced by the kind of decorating that William Odom and his classmate at Parsons.
You were talking about Eleanor Brown Macmillan.
Yes, well, Mrs. Brown was a trustee and an advisor of the Parsons School at the time I was a student. And she came in sometimes to discuss certain aspects of running an interior design business. As a matter of fact, she would stand in front of a blackboard and she would write down a characteristic estimate that her firm would prepare for clients. And so we learned all about the problems of curtains lined and interlined, and how one would have to calculate the passementerie, the fringes or the trims and so forth and so on, and how that an oversight could make a very serious difference in the profit of such a thing. And she impressed us because we knew that she was extremely recognized for her taste and the elegance of her style, her firm's work, but also to realize that it was possible for a woman who was so concerned with the design and aesthetic aspects to be very concerned with the financial parts of it as well. So she used to do that because she herself realized that when students at that time came out after 3 years training, that they were not very well prepared in that area. So she and Mr. Odom and Van de Truix got together on some sort of fundamental
principles in the financial aspect. She used to do that. And a good many other people would come in. Grace Fakes, who had been an instructor in the Parsons School in both New York and Paris, was perhaps the most famous draftsman that Macmillan had in their employ. She became vice president, and she would sometimes come in to look over students' work. There were various people that would come in. George Stacy once in a while would come in, and later on Billy Baldwin. Billy became a great friend of Van's about in the late 40s, I should think, and he would sometimes come in and assign a problem. He would bring in the plans and photographs of a house or an apartment that he might be working with, and would describe the client. Sometimes it might be a woman who'd had a very large and beautiful house, but her husband had died, her children had grown up, and she was selecting the treasures from a great assortment of things, and taking a small apartment, perhaps in the River House, or that is small in comparison to what she had, and then describe her lifestyle, how she lived, what was important to her, the way of entertaining, and so on, and then photographs of the pieces that she had decided she wanted to keep, and then he would say what he felt was needed, that is, how many sofas or settees or lounge chairs, and how many windows had to be thought of as needing special treatment, and so forth. And after that was assigned, the instructors would work with the students for perhaps a week and a half, and then he'd come back again and give a critique, and at the end of 6 weeks he'd come again and judge as to which were the most successful. Usually it was first, second, and third, and so on, almost like a competition, and then he would show photographs of his solution for the whole thing. And in some cases the students were taken to see the actual apartment. I think the Gregory Smiths was one that he worked on. And there were others. There were some very impressive large places and some that were rather small, different sorts of Baldwin problems. But he did that for 3 or 4 times, and in his memoirs he said he learned a lot from doing that himself. And certainly the students and the instructors learned a lot from that.
Evaluate Billy Baldwin for me. At the present time, it seems to me that there are people who are beginning to dismiss the value of Baldwin, and there are others that, of course, are treated as a religious experience.
Well, I think Billy Baldwin was always a little controversial. There were always people enormously enthusiastic about him as a personality and as a designer. Naturally, the people who had been enthusiastic about Mrs. Wood's work, Ruby Ross Wood, who was his great mentor, and from whom he learned, so he said, all the fundamentals of interior design. If they liked her style, of course they were ready for his work. He carried it farther in the direction of simplicity, on his insistence on cotton, if possible, in place of damask and brocades and rich fabrics, or in his selection of the simpler aspects of 18th century, simpler examples of 18th century furniture, whether it was English or French or Italian. His preference was for the simpler, more direct designs rather than the more complicated signed pieces. The FF, fine French furniture, he somehow took a doubtful view of. He didn't encourage people to get too concerned over that kind of collecting. Of course, if they already had it, he was quite ready to deal with it, and to deal with it well. But he didn't encourage people simply to go out and buy expensive French furniture for the sake of prestige, that sort of thing. He was very realistic in his approach to design, and contrary to many other designers, he wasn't out for the big buck.
Billy never made a great deal of money compared with some of the other interior designers of his stature in the field. He was much more interested in the work itself.
There are, when you look at the work of, say, a choreographer, the style of the choreographer becomes totally apparent to you. Bob Fosse choreography is clear. Can you apply that, say, to a Billy Baldwin room? In other words, was his style such that anyone could recognize a Baldwin room?
Well, he thought not, but I think it's quite possible to. Of course, I think that this whole idea of designers declaring to the press that each client's work is a different job, and that they tailor the design to the personality of the client, the lifestyle of the client, the preferences of the client, so that it is much more the client than it is the designer's work, I think is a great ego build-up for the client. And I think it's very good business for the designer. But I think anybody with half an eye to design can identify a Billy Baldwin room, no matter whether it was done for Cy Newhouse or for many of his other clients. Some of them having very different lifestyle, but still the Billy Baldwin element is very identifiable.
What would the hallmark?
Well, the armless chair, which is sometimes just known as a slipper chair, but with his particular proportions and his detailing of it. The simplicity of upholstery in general, as he used it. The banquette, he emphasized so much. The polished, shiny floors, and later on in his work, those very light bleached floors. I think the preference for simplicity in background. He could deal with a paneled room, but he preferred not to. Certain kinds of pin-up lamps, which became identified very much with his style.
And drapery.
Yes, usually very simple drapery, although there are examples of Georgian rooms that have quite elaborate valance treatments and so on, but even so, there's a sort of directness about the detailing that seems to me consistent with the rest of his work.
What are the major designers of the Baldwin period?
I would say Macmillan, that is Mrs. Brown and her associates. Sarah Hunter Kelly is a somewhat underestimated person, it seems to me, who did wonderful work in New York. For instance, I think the apartment she did for Miss Alice Tully is a remarkable piece of work that she worked on for, I think, some 30 years, off and on. I think earlier, Joseph Platt was an important influence, particularly in the direction of a contemporary combination of old and new. Thedlow was certainly a very important one, a next-door neighbor in business location to Macmillan on East 55th Street. I think George Stacy was certainly very important in those days as an influence for the collector and for the sort of supreme eclectic idea of vast amounts of detail and luxury in his interiors. And also what he called his jewel colors, sapphire blue and amethyst mauve and ruby red and emerald green, very intense colors in taffeta or in velvet or in brilliant chintzes and so on, in rather unexpected combination. I think that Stacy was a very interesting and important influence. He wasn't for everybody, but he certainly had some of the most interesting clients. There were others. One would have to go over a methodical list.
Well, you've talked about the people who entered Parsons as faculty critics and faculty lecturers and visiting authorities. What about the students who may have gone on to become forces for themselves?
Well, I was quite lucky in having some students in the early part of my career that I enjoyed working with and who did very soon begin to arrive successful careers. Albert Hadley was one of the early ones. Albert also taught for a year or two, for 2 years, I believe, at Parsons. And indeed, one summer, as I did, took students to Europe. Um, Steve Mallory and James Tillis came along soon afterwards and were both very successful. They at one time had worked with John Gerald, who was an earlier graduate of Parsons. Many of the earlier graduates were important influences in the careers of the later students that came out of the school.
Was there a networking
There was a
process?
network, yes, exactly. William Paulman, of course, had been a brilliant name in interior design. He had been lucky enough to be identified with Lord and Taylor at a time when they gave enormous importance to the interior design department there. And when his rooms, sets of rooms, were opened up, they were rather major events in the interior design field. They had whole pages of the New York
That was
Times.
the period of Dorothy Shaver as the president?
Yes, Dorothy Shaver. And also, succeeding her, I believe, Mr. and Mrs. Hoving were there, and Mrs. Hoving was very appreciative of Mr. Paulman's contribution. And many of the people at Parsons worked on those Paulman rooms. For instance, Glenn Boyles did the most marvelous marbleized taffeta curtains for a famous room that Glenn did. And he was responsible also for baguette mirrors being placed at the margin all the way around the floor of a room. It was done then. And green foil applied onto Bombay Italian furniture in the most incredible way. Sometimes it was described as sort of a circus, but it was exciting and stimulating and very characteristic of that time. Yes, there were later on in the class that I had in Europe in 1957, there was Angelo Dongia, there was Edward Zajac and Richard Callahan and Tom Britt, all in the same class. They were a lively group together. They were extremely competitive. Competition was very valuable to all of them, and certainly very exciting for a teacher to be part of, to see this kind of talent competing one with another on certain projects and problems was interesting.
Could you take, say, Tom Britt and Angelo Dongia and talk about the definition of their talent, what their point of view was?
It was fairly easy to spot the talent in those boys when they were in the school, because in the first place they had a very, very essential thing for people who become stars in the field of great enthusiasm. And the enthusiasm seemed to make it easy for them to take on more than normal assignments. If one would say, well, why don't you try this project in 3 or 4 different ways, and that would take much more work at home, but they would come in with these ideas carried out and so on.
Break
And
that
the ordinary
Break that down for me. What would
Well, for instance, when a project would be drawn up, it might be in perspective, with the furniture and the background all drawn in and so on, we would take a piece of tracing paper, and I would suggest that we first would do this as a room with very dramatic dark walls, maybe even black or warm black walls, something of that sort, and maybe black and white furniture, and have it mostly a no-color room. Then we might take the same room and it might be sapphire blue and have some of the George Stacy kind of colors scattered through. Then we might, for certain people who are weak in color, we might say, now here is a Gauguin. Look at these extraordinary, almost fauvist kind of colors, and things that you normally would think would be impossible to get. Take this and divide the painting up to what predominates, what's the next most important color, and what is placed next to what, and then analyze this and first with cutouts, cut out pieces of paper that would show your floor, your walls, your sofas, and so on, and place these Gauguin colors next to each other. Not with the idea of making a background for a Gauguin, because that would drain the thing out of the colors out of the painting, but it would stimulate someone to do a very interesting scheme. And we do the same thing with a Matisse or with a Manet or some other great colorist. And we would sometimes get some really amazing results doing that. And it would take a lot of time, of course. But that's why I maintain more time should be given to color studies. Unfortunately, at most of the design schools, including FIT, there simply doesn't seem to be enough time to do those things. And I don't think the color comes out in a distinguished way in the work. I think it would be justified to replan the time assigned so that some of that could be done. But these students, in any case, used to do marvelous things of that sort. Then we would sometimes remove all the accessories and see the room rather spare, and even with some smaller pieces of furniture removed so that we get a more empty sort of look and see it done that way. Then we might choose 2 or 3 sets of different kinds of accessories. Maybe it would be all a set of Famille Noire imperial porcelain, and we'd scatter those all the way around the room. Or we'd take those out and we would have Fabergé things, or we might have some very simple blue and white things scattered around, and we'd see what that would do in that room. Perhaps using different lamp bases and things. Sometimes you'd use candelabra lamps or bouillotte lamps, or sometimes porcelain bases, or sometimes some very stark modern form for a lamp. Or sometimes have no lamps at all and have other kinds of lighting, up thrust lighting or down thrust or wall washes or something of that sort, and see if that room could be worked that way. But we do different things. And the enthusiastic students were willing to take the time, even if they had to stay up all night, 2 or 3 nights, to do it. They would do it, whereas the average student wouldn't do that. It made quite a difference.
Could you see it in their personal style, the way they dressed, the way they
Yes.
talked,
You
the
could
words
see
they
it
used?
very much. And they were always interested in seeing the theater. If you mentioned a show that had some brilliant stage sets or color or something rather wonderful costumes, they would go. Even if it was not financially very easy, in some cases they managed to go. Or, for instance, Rose Cumming was a wonderful influence on them, and although she was considered something of a dragon to some of the decorating world, she was interested in young people if they were interested. And one time I sent Tom Britt over there when he was having some problems about color and combining things, and I said, "Listen, Tom, you can learn more in 45 minutes looking at Rose's windows, taking notes of what velvet is next to what taffeta, next to what chintz, to what porcelain, to what lacquer, to whatever may be in there, perhaps a Russian chandelier, with green crystals or something hanging above. Only take very, very careful notes. See what's farther in the background, what Chinese screen or something else may be causing a sort of a color blending and so on." So he was out in front of her windows doing exactly that and taking notes, and finally she saw this young man and she came out and she said, "Young man, why are you standing outside? Why don't you come in?" So then she asked him about himself and what he was doing, and he said, "Oh yes, that Professor Barrows had suggested he'd come over," and so on. She said, "If you were learning so much from this, you better come and see my house." So over he went to 54th Street when she was living there, and she had him soon, of course, standing up on the stepladder, rehanging some pictures and doing various things. But he was often asked for some of the either Sunday or Saturday night suppers and things, which he helped get up with her, and which eventually the others, some of whom she liked and some of whom she didn't like, came over. And sometimes I would join that little group, and it was great fun. We came to know Eileen Cecil, her sister, very well, and eventually, of course, poor Rose died, and Eileen took over the shop, and Tom and some of the others became just as close friends with Eileen, and she was awfully good about letting them come in and discussing things and seeing things and so on.
What was the special magic of Rose Cumming?
I think it was her gift to combine those sorts of things. She was an untrained person in the sense of formal school training, but she had the most wonderful eye and a very uninhibited sense about combining, say, a very rich velvet with a very simple printed chintz or something of that sort, in a way which at her time was not very usual. She had a wonderful sense of quality. She told me once that during the early part of the Depression, her broker called her up and said, "I have very bad news for you, Miss Cumming. Your account has reached rock bottom. You have lost most of what you have as far as your investments go. But it's no use in weeping over it now. You better hold on to what you've got." And she said it sank in. She was in a terribly sad mood. But she said she began to think what she could do to get out of this mood. So she called her chauffeur. In those days she lived in a very grand way. And her limousine. And she got in. And she had him drive along Madison Avenue. And she looked out and she saw a simply wonderful Coromandel screen. So she had the driver stop. And she went in and she asked the price of it. And it was a tremendous price. And it was almost the equivalent of what she had left from her stock, such as they were at that point. And she said, "Good, I will take it. And what about that rug?" And it was a wonderful Chinese rug as well in the place. And so they told her the price, and she said, "I'm afraid I'll have to take that on credit, but I'm going to have it." And they said, "That's all right, it's coming." So she sent the chauffeur out for the rug. That got off into the car, and the screen arrived the next day. She set them up together in her, that time she had an apartment, I think 480 Park. And she said she just felt so marvelous that was the best antidote to that feeling of being broke that you could imagine. And as she said, as things went on, various people came in, and eventually a woman who was one of her very good clients, whom she only saw every 4 or 5 years, came in and gave her an offer of 5 times the price of the screen. So she sold it like that. And it helped her get back on her feet. And she would tell wonderful stories of that sort. She was a courageous woman.
She was also beauty.
She was a great beauty. She claimed that she had only one great love in her life, that it was a Russian Grand Duke. It was not the great and famous financier that most people in New York associated her with. But as a matter of fact, with that man, who had a wonderful house way uptown,
Was that Beach?
Otto Kahn.
Otto Kahn.
She's claimed she was a great friend of Mrs. Kahn. And
I bet she was.
Very, very often worked more with Mrs. Kahn than with Mr. Kahn. But in any case, they were wonderful, wonderful clients of hers. And I think she did some work for some ladies that were very closely associated with Mr. Kahn at one time or another, who were beautifully supported in one way or another. But I don't think that's for general publication.
I would think that Otto Kahn must have owned the building that she had her shop in.
It was said so. That was when she was at 53rd
Because she was there forever.
and Madison. Yes.
When rents were going sky
There were all
high.
sorts of, yes, she was there for a long time, and she had 2 floors and a basement there. It's quite possible, I don't know. There were lots of stories about all that. She claimed that the only great love of her life was the Russian Grand Duke. She had his photograph in an enormous silver frame. The love of her life, which she said she kept in her bedroom, which she called her virgin lair, where she had her silver bed, and silver paper, and Portuguese silver furniture, and a wonderful ivory desk secretary, all sorts of wonderful things up there.
It seemed to me that what she had, more than anything else, was a great personal style that often combined the unexpected.
Yes, and oftentimes things that were unique in the world. I mean, one-of-a-kind
Yeah.
things that she was able to find in one place or another. And, you know, sometimes she would find a beautiful Russian 18th century sleigh. She had that for a while in her dining room, and when people would come to the house for a party or see the house when it was on due for charity, it might be filled with an enormous quantity of lilacs and dogwood or something of that sort. It was very unexpected,
Yeah.
combination, things of that sort.
because one realized as time went on that things that she would do in her personal life would then filter through and appear in florist shops and
Oh, yes.
gift shops and department stores, and you realize that this kind of style is such an extraordinary skyrocket, you know, in the sense that it lights up
Stimulate
everybody's
not only students
mind.
but lots of people. And during the war, when she was having trouble getting enough items in her shop, she introduced flowers, and she had a waterfall running down the window. It gave serious problems at one time. I think it flooded the whole floor of the shop or something. But in any case, it looked simply marvelous, and she had these extraordinary arrangements of flowers, sometimes looking like Dutch Baroque flower paintings. Sometimes, if she couldn't find exactly what she wanted, she didn't hesitate to put in silk flowers with the real ones and make astonishing effects and so on, doing all of that. So she had a great gift.
Who else was around New York who had talent and influence on that sort of level?
That will take a little while to recall. There were lots of good people.
Well, talk about Ruby Ross Wood. If she was such a mentor and influence on Billy Baldwin, and must have been a very special position.
Yes, Ruby Ross Wood quite early found that she could not find the kinds of prints, the kinds of colors always that she wanted in printed cotton fabrics, and so she began exploring through botanical books, things, prints and things of that sort, and adapting some of those designs and finding people that could produce that sort of fabric for her. And she used to have a tiny little vitrine on 57th Street, and she would pin up pieces of these Ruby Ross Wood things with bits and pieces of other things, perhaps some horsehair, or perhaps odds and ends of maybe a little bit of plaid or check or something or other, but giving you an insight of the kind of combinations that she liked and so on. It was a very definite statement about style that she had, and sometimes photographs of her work to show how these things looked in a room.
Was she responsible for inventing the department store interior decorating department?
Well, she was part of that group that started at Watermakers in Okotriem. There was Nancy McClellan also, who was a big style influence, to name another name. Nancy McClellan, of course, had not only textiles, printed textile, but her famous collection of wallpapers. And she was a serious student of applied arts, and particularly became a specialist in the history of wallpapers. And her book on historic papers is still one of the definitive ones. And she eventually wound up not only as a very successful decorator, but as a supplier of very special historic wallpapers, originals, 18th century ones sometimes, as well as wonderful reproductions. And she also became very interested in Duncan Phyfe, and she wrote a book called Duncan Phyfe and the English Regency. And then people began identifying her a bit with the Regency style, and she produced some wonderful rooms. And indeed, the English Regency style became very big in the 30s, both in New York and in London.
It's fascinating, of course, to realize that often there are coteries of people. That group, for instance, that sort of hung around Amster Yard. Billy
and James Amster himself, of course,
Talk about
had
him.
very important time. Jimmy Amster had a fascinating shop when he first appeared in New York on 40th Street and Lexington Avenue. And some of the pieces were authentic, old 18th and 19th century examples, and some were fragments of other things, perhaps something that had come from a merry-go-round, or in fact he was one of the early ones to emphasize the sort of imaginative quality of the carousel and so on, before it became a cliche. And bits and pieces of gas fixtures or cigar store Indians of an amusing kind, all kinds of things, blackamoors of various sizes, that sort of thing. And you know, there was a rather noticeable interest in Victorian revival in the 30s, and he promoted that sort of thing. Um, he had the great good sense, of course, to see the possibilities of what we call Amster Yard now, and of getting a good architect to redo those houses and make those attractive apartments and that beautiful green, and the arched mirror that gives you a trompe-l'oeil effect of long depth and so on. That was all, I think, very creative on his part. And later on, when he had such jobs as the Arthur Houghton's house on Sutton Place, which had been Anne Morgan's house, he knew exactly what was worth keeping, the wonderful 18th century papers and paneling and things of that sort, and how to freshen it up and what to add and so on. I think he did a good job there. Of course, that had been worked on by other decorators as well, I believe, including Macmillan.
Did students have an opportunity of breaking into that world? Were there apprenticeships? Were there...
Yes, I had a number of students work for James Amster, for Billy Baldwin. Of course, Edward Zajac was one of those. I would say that John Gerald must have employed at least 20 Parsons students at one time or another, including Tom Britt. Tom Britt gives him great credit for starting him off in his career, giving him knowledge of how to sell things. He was the great master salesman in the interior design field. He used to say that if he had to, he could sell a jackknife without any blades. And he was marvelous about things like that, teaching young people to have confidence with clients and so on.
It's interesting, as you were talking earlier about Mrs. Brown breaking down for the students how to do an estimate for a client. I found myself thinking, that's wonderful, of course, but who teaches young students how to handle the emotional responses of clients? You know, the problems that they present, enthusiasm one day for one thing, then denying that they ever said that, or denying that they were ever interested in that direction at all.
They had certain people, for instance, there was a very creative and rather surprising personality named Irvin Morgan, who was, among other things, heir to the United States Playing Card Company. So when he taught at Parsons, I think he accepted $1 a year for his services. But he'd lived in the most splendid way in Paris and in Italy, and had a wonderful, extraordinary penthouse apartment on Park Avenue, which he took students up to see when he would redecorate it from time to time. He had a wonderful garden there with most marvelous tulips and things of that sort in season. And he would laugh and joke about the impossible people that he had turned down, and the good ones that he had worked with, and so forth and so on, and told students quite frankly there was only so much you could do if they were too difficult or too misunderstanding, if they had too much misunderstanding of what was being attempted and so on. Better to drop it than to go on in the agony of continuing with an unsympathetic person. He was very good about that. Then working with him for a time, both teaching together, was Mildred Irby, who had a wonderful business in New York. She had worked off and on for Macmillan for quite a time, and later on she became something of a specialist in historic restoration. Her sister was married to the governor of Delaware, and as an older woman she went down to Dover, and she eventually restored the governor's mansion and all the houses on the square down there, and achieved a reputation for that. But Mildred was very good about discussing problems of clients, particularly clients like the governor of Delaware and so on, and also telling them that one must have patience. She was criticized, of course, by people who worked with her for spending too much time on detail. She sometimes would go around to 12 different places working, looking for one wallpaper border or something, walk her legs off doing it for a woman, just to get the right thing. And of course time meant nothing to her, but it meant a great deal to her employers when she was working for other people. and other people would tell students just the opposite, that you could only logically spend so much time looking for the right thing, and that sometimes you had to settle for the best you could find within reason. But there were questions of that sort.
Because one of the things that I've always thought of was that, you know, a decorator meets a client. The client has a hobby. The client has an heirloom. The that they are emotionally, absolutely, inextricably entwined too, and that has to be included in the decorating process.
Well, as some decorators have said, more than one, there probably should be one ugly thing in each room to make it have a human quality or have some enthusiasm for something that was other than simply beautiful, for family association or other association of one sort or another. And that sometimes you should mess up a room a little bit. I believe Mrs. Parrish is rather famous at saying at a certain time when a room is finished, you should come in and mess it up just a little. And if the client is inclined to do knitting, that perhaps a basket with the knitting needles and the wool or something might be left out here, or if you have a dog basket or something, that should be left beside the fire, and certain things that you would find in her work would be quite identifiable. Somehow, in every room that had a fireplace, you'd see that enormous wood basket, which had a sort of a homey, casual look, but it did have the effect of breaking down the too formal kind of look.
Well, also, rooms that look totally photo-ready, as though nobody ever sat in the chairs or ever sat near the table or
Yes.
ever used an ashtray or whatever it may be.
They used to say that about Mrs. Harrison Williams, Countess Bismarck, later on, that everything was so sparkling and so fresh and such perfect condition that it hardly seemed that anybody had set foot in the place. But that was part of her special quality. She always looked that way, too.
I think when she reached the stage where she had I knew Mona, and
Yes.
I remember that she had in her apartment the kind of sanitizing equipment that are used by operating rooms to sanitize the surgical instruments.
Yeah.
And she did this with all her glassware.
Exactly.
I mean, they came out sparkling like diamonds,
Everything
of course.
fresh. I believe Cecil Beaton mentions that
Yeah.
effect. That,
Yeah.
it was very noticeable in her. She loved everything to be absolutely pristine and clinical.
But that's the real anal personality who cannot stand any single
Not a
bit
speck of
dust
ash left or
ash
anything.
or anything of that nature. And it was true. She always looked as though she had herself had been vacuumed, when she appeared. And it was part of her marvelous look, as a matter
To a certain extent, Thelma Foy, Mrs. Byron Foy,
Yeah.
was of that type.
It may well have
Yes.
been also a reflection of the value schemes of their childhood, when being clean, an enormous emphasis was
Yes,
placed on
yes,
being
yes.
clean.
Little girls had to be starched and all.
Absolutely,
afterwards.
because it was poor people who were dirty.
Yes. Could be.
And you realize that all the backgrounds of these people that we've talked about really were either robber barons, or people who
Yes.
became the great industrialists because of an invention. Or
Well, Mrs. Williams, I believe, came from a very simple background, perfectly respectable one. Her father was a horse trainer in Kentucky, and lived in an all-American, simple kind of way, I believe, without any of that kind of grandeur. But I think when she was able to do it, she adored doing it.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, of course, it's also. Do you think it's valuable? Let me ask you this: do you think it's valuable for students today, 1986, to spend some time in understanding, one, the decorators of that period, two, the lifestyles of their clients, three, the fashions of the times, four, the climate of the times in terms of social activities, theater productions, motion pictures. In other words, getting a whole feel as to that prologue, that past being prologue.
Oh, I think so. I think there should be awareness of all of that. And I think some of it comes in regardless of the students' efforts to incorporate it. I think social protest and so on is introduced sometimes in the way, first of all, the way students dress and so on, and then sometimes in their selection and the kind of problems that they interest themselves in, a loft style of living, and the bean bag kind of furniture and the mattress instead of the bed thrown on the floor, and a few things of that sort, which are quite understandable and sometimes turn out to be passing fads, and sometimes have a more permanent effect of one sort or another. But I think that there are some very knowing sorts of students that are perfectly interested in learning about a lifestyle which is not a part of their own lives naturally. And it's a very important thing if they want to be successful in decorating for people or designing for people who will make it possible for them to be a big success. After all, when you come right down to it, you have to have some clients who have the financial possibilities to do some of these extraordinary things. And if the student has always lived in a rather cramped way through no fault of his own, then he better very soon begin to learn about someone with unlimited means, or certainly with adequate means to do luxurious things, how they live, why they do these things, what their life in town may be, or what their life if they live in the country may be, or what they do when they travel, or what their business life or professional life may be. All those things eventually will have bearing, whether they're people that love sports or people who can't bear the idea of outdoor life of one sort or another, or whether they are people who at a certain time have lived in a certain way and then at a later time in life have decided to take up another style of life. All of that takes some perception and some study and some sympathetic understanding, a sort of empathy. And if a student cannot put himself in the place of a man or a woman that he may be working for and begin to visualize exactly what that is like, then he'll be very limited. He may be able to work for people that live in a lifestyle that he himself likes or approves of, but he may be automatically eliminating a huge field that he might otherwise do something for.
Is there a danger, for instance, in the teaching process of, say, faculty members who themselves do not
Absolutely.
have the experience of any of
There are
this work?
certain faculty people who are technically extremely expert and are able to convey a great deal of expertise and knowledge about space planning.
Yes, you were talking about faculty members who have great technical expertise.
Yes.
And I was questioning
Yes.
whether their
But,
backgrounds might interfere with their
But
projecting
sometimes they've
values
had
to
a very
students.
limited
Yeah.
acquaintance with lifestyles other than their own. Sometimes they have very strong inhibitions about identifying with a client who may have, they may be slightly disapproving of a luxurious lifestyle, things of that sort.
Or
Perhaps without
uncomfortable, made
Or
uncomfortable.
made
by it.
uncomfortable,
Yeah.
perhaps. Maybe not so much disapproving as being uncomfortable through unfamiliarity of that sort. And some of them have a slightly puritanical point of view, it seems to me. They make judgments, and they want to pass on those judgments to some of their students. Hands off in certain areas is the idea. And I think that's rather too bad, because in that case you're forcing students into a certain mold, and I don't think at that point in a student's life it's right to limit their point of view in that way. Of course, a good student knows what he wants anyway, in many cases, and if they don't share the point of view of all of their instructors, they will head in the direction of finding out about things that they do enjoy doing. And if it's extreme, they'll withdraw from school and go on and do something else, or go somewhere else. Some of them have been known to do that.
It is totally fascinating to realize that often people who become the arbiters of taste themselves start with backgrounds in which there was very limited exposure to the best of taste.
Absolutely, absolutely. There are students who, through no fault of their own, of course, have had the most limited kind of background. They've grown up in some cases almost in deprived areas, and have had very little occasion to see very much about lifestyles other than their own. But they become fascinated with it. And there are all sorts of ways. Of course, publications help a lot. Films help a lot if they are able to see certain films that are illustrative of lifestyles other than those they've known. There are all sorts of ways. Museum work, of course, helps in museum research. And auctions. New York itself as a resource. I mean, with all of the outlets, the showrooms of every known kind, the antique shops, auction rooms, things of that sort, all here, and a student who is intellectually curious and aesthetically sort of searching can inform himself in a rather short time. It happens quite fast, sometimes in a couple of years.
How does one communicate to students that, for instance, in the fashion world, one has to teach students that those extreme things that you see on runways are often done for editorial purposes. The fact that the press has a desire to show something which startles the reader or stimulates them, as opposed to the perfectly draped or marvelously hidden seamed dress of great simplicity that the average person wouldn't pay any attention to. It takes a discriminating critic to appreciate that.
Understatement, it takes greater understanding.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you get students to understand that, say, the rooms done by, say, a Bloomingdale's at the present time may reach for statements that will stimulate the attendance, rather than treating those rooms as things that are enormously admirable as rooms that you would live in?
I think you simply state those facts that there are.
About the emphasis on the technical aspect of students' curricula and faculty, forcing them to put too much of an emphasis on that particular area.
Well, of course, today it's far easier to find faculty who are technically equipped for problems of space planning and for architectural and engineering aspects of design. Far easier to find those people than people who understand some of the stylistic elements, who can visualize and help students understand lifestyles and the uses of collections, and to, for whatever it's worth, know something about gracious living. It's a cliche, but nevertheless there are a great many people that don't seem to understand much about it. And unless there's been some direct experience in seeing houses and in knowing people who have lived in a certain way and worked with designers and decorators who helped them realize certain style in their houses and apartments and so on, you can't expect to get that from the average faculty. Many schools, in fact, have avoided having faculty members who are oriented too much in that direction. And there has been a tendency in the last quarter century to more and more emphasize the technical aspects at the expense of the decorative aspects, if we want to call them that. So that when you turn out a group of students as interior designers in a graduating class, it is easier today to place them in firms that do institutional and other kinds of commercial work, and much less so to place them in good residential specialist firms. And for that reason, saying that placement is a very important phase of school activities, that is their concern at least, to place people when they're graduated. The maximum number of jobs to be found are in the commercial areas, as against the number of jobs that are open for residential specialists. Of course, there are some firms, usually smaller firms, that do some of each. But as a rule, more and more, we tend to be specialized today. I feel that it's important to give students choices, and And I think rather than force them all into the same mold, which seemed to be a general tendency, they should have more options, particularly in their last year of study, whether it's either in the 2-year planning or the 4-year kind of curriculum. They should have choices. Naturally, adjustments would have to be made. You can't have the same amount of time in the technical aspects if you're going to have time enough to consider some of the aesthetics and the problems of the other kind of design. And there will always be some disagreement as to how much time should be allowed for each of those. Personally, I think the residential kind of training should have considerable amount of a student's time in the last year. I don't think you can have everything. If you have to give a certain number of hours each week for aspects of residential work, sometimes it'll have to be at the expense of training people for commercial. But that's true in almost everything. You have to make decisions. And you should know by that time what direction you want to head in, it seems to me.
I wonder if you'd comment about this, because my sense of what makes a school great is that a school produces stars. You know, if you have a fashion school and you can point out that your graduates include Donna Karan and Calvin Klein, you have a very important selling point to both the industry, as well as in terms of fundraising and so forth, as well as to potential students for enrollment. Now, it would seem to me that the same principle would apply to interior design, that if you, and I don't know anybody that gets big star credit for doing institutional buildings, hospitals or hotels or motels. The people who become stars in interior design are people who do fabulous residences.
Yes, the publicity that you get in the prestige kind of publications, House and Garden, Architectural Digest, and some others that specialize in residential work, some of an international character too, are responsible for people achieving a certain reputation. And we all know that if you do not have distinguished clients and do not have creditable work in the residential field, nobody will ever find out who you are or what you do or anything of that sort. Unfortunately, many of the design schools have given up hope of producing stars. So it's so much easier just to do a mass production of students who are going to be members of very large firms, will do perfectly valuable kinds of work, work that must be done, sometimes being part of a force of 50 or 100 or even more people in a big firm, and having some very responsible jobs in becoming part of that. And within certain fields, they'll have recognition, but it won't be very general recognition. Certainly the people who specialize in architectural design and in engineering and in industrial design know who their great achievers are, but it won't have the same kind of recognition that a star will have who has page after page, month after month, in some of the prestige publications.
See, what also worries me, Stanley, and I'm curious to hear your reaction, is that even within schools that have a combination of residence as well as commercial work, the tendency on the part of many of the schools is that the faculty who do the resident work are only comfortable with residences that they are familiar with or that they can identify with. And I see time after time examples of schoolwork which consists of a loft in whatever in the case of New York, Tribeca or Soho, and because the faculty themselves may sometimes unconsciously have a resistance, almost morally, to the fact that the kind of elitist living or the extravagance of living in a house where one piece of furniture might well cost more than their entire career salary input.
Of course. Yes, I think there's a certain puritanical resistance to the luxury aspects of interior design. Sometimes it's not consciously an attitude, but it's there. And I think it has to do with limited experience. It has to do with some of the rebellion against certain lifestyles that we've had starting with the 60s and 70s. Some of that continues. Some people who were going to school in those days, in various design schools and so on, were very strongly influenced against any type of status kind of design, or if they want to call it that, or against an ostentatious style of living. And not that we're pushing our students in that direction, but on the other hand, if you wish to have students operating in a large way, for some of the great families or the great individuals in our society, they must be prepared at times to understand the complications of an elaborate lifestyle and of how a person makes decisions about spending very, very lavish amounts of money, large amounts for big houses or extravagant apartments and one another. One can't really get anywhere by expressing moral indignation, saying everybody should live in a simple way. That doesn't really apply to the reality of a situation. And indeed, there have been teachers that have preached, really, or propagandized a bit against getting involved with that element in design, and have tried to make some students feel morally outraged by encouraging anything of that sort as a designer. I say I don't think people are justified in taking moral stands, really. There are plenty of perfectly honest, good, rich people around today who have a great sense of responsibility, but there's no reason that they should be told that they can't enjoy the benefits of their success.
Not only that, Sally, but I think the students that who come to a school that in one sense is an art school should certainly be encouraged to deal with beauty.
Well, of course.
And one of the most effective ways, of course, is to be able to draw upon beauty that's been created over the decades and the centuries by great craftsmen and great artists. And if you eliminate
Taking for
those
granted
things,
that you have the finest materials, the finest workmanship, and so on, that we can possibly have. Of course, I think that's the justifiable thing. We don't, in the dress design sections of an art school, say, well, you can't have a couture because it's too extravagant. People shouldn't be spending such vast sums on their clothing. That's beside the point. If you want to teach the very highest style, then that must be a side consideration, the cost of it. You want to have an emphasis on the style itself and on the materials, the construction, and so on. Exactly the same thing can apply to interior design. And it's far easier to train students in the highest quality of workmanship and of materials and so forth than it is to start them off with a very limited budget and mediocre quality. It's much easier to scale down when you know the very best than it is to scale up if you don't know in what direction you're going, what the standards are at the top. Far better to know what a wonderful, perfect job can be, and then make your compromises to get the best effect with a more limited budget than to go vice versa.
often in fashion, the couture, which has the luxury of being able to experiment and be able to design for, say, a specific woman who may have a flamboyant personality or an extravagant personality, or a fabulous face, an extraordinary body, so forth. Whatever is created for that particular person may find its way as an influence into the mass market, and thus every woman benefits from whatever that original experiment was. It's almost as though the expression of style that manifests itself by the individual design feeds the taste and allows for some change in the rigidity of taste down the line. Is this applicable in interior design?
I think so. I think each woman who sees a beautiful example of couture, a dress that may have been created for a brilliant personality or for a person who becomes known as a style setter, has to make sure that if she is to adopt something or other of that sort, that it suits her own personality. And it's a question of knowing oneself about following a style. Some women are clever enough to know that although they may admire a style very much, it's not for them at all in any way. And so they have to analyze themselves and to know what's appropriate and suitable. And I think suitability is the key thing in interior design as well. It's often been emphasized by knowing people being one of the great considerations. And I think a person looking through the publications or looking around at show houses, examples of good designers' work, can see right away that some designers' method of putting things together, their selections and their sense of placement and space and scale, and their choices of colors and patterns, textures, and things of that sort, are much more appropriate for a certain individual than for others. And if a person is deciding in what direction to go, naturally their own personality is of a big concern. But for a student, it's very important to learn about people who may have quite different ideas about lifestyle, and they can still find ways of expressing themselves and helping such people.
I do always think, that we really talk about the education of the eye. And let's assume that you're a student who comes from, for want of a better term, a farmhouse in Minnesota. And you've looked at your grandmother's furniture that your parents inherited, and it's always been clean and neat and polished, and everything has its simple statement. You have to have the process of having your eye educated by many, many different directions. And it will take time for your eye to absorb this. One doesn't just look and say, I get it.
Yes,
Exactly. And
or one doesn't reject something also because it's not familiar. Yes, I think the great thing for a young person coming to a design school, particularly in a metropolis like New York, is to come with a very open mind and with a realization that it's much easier to retain prejudices than it is to dismiss them and get rid of them. And to get that mind open is one of the responsibilities for the faculty and for a school. I know at Parsons, they used to accuse the instructors of being brainwashers a bit. And Mr. Odom himself, when he would come through, which he occasionally did, everyone was a bit awestruck when he did show up. And once in a while, there would be students who objected to the degree of control that the faculty exercise in criticism and suggesting revision of design and things of that sort. And the student would say, yes, but I feel that I must be creative. I have this in my head, and it must come out in this way. And Mr. Odom would say, well, of course it's very nice that you have a creative urge and that you have something in your head. Not everybody does. But on the other hand, the way that you're using it is a very uncontrolled way, and it doesn't all hang together very well. It has to have some organization, and it has to benefit from the experience of some people, of some of your instructors who know exactly how to help you in using whatever inspiration you have. And though we're not encouraging you to be terribly original in your first year, we will be more inclined to take your work seriously when you've had more experience in the second year, and we'll be very interested by the third year in seeing what you can do. And I do think it takes a bit of time and a bit of humility for a student to realize that people are not going to be overwhelmed with their creative originality right from the word go. If the originality is there, it can't be killed. It will always come out. And no matter how strong the influence of a faculty or an individual teacher may be, if that creative spark is there, it will come out regardless. But a student must be docile, he must be teachable if he's going to get anything out of the school.
Well, I think also very much like, learning how to cook. If you really don't understand the process of cooking, every basic relationship of whether it's making a simple brew, mixing butter with
Classic steps.
Flour and some milk, the classic steps, you will never really, accidentally you may create a decent meal, but you will never be able to repeat it or be able to create based upon what you already know. The same principles I think certainly apply to interior design, because in some ways, in my mind, being able to pull a room together is very much like putting a meal together.
And while we don't want to spend time inventing or reinventing the wheel, on the other hand, we don't want to reject the use of the wheel. If something has been established over the ages and has found itself to be indispensable and very necessary, we don't want to say, well, that's an old idea, so we're not going to get rid of that. There are many things that people in the past have succeeded very well in creating, and they're still very useful for us today. I think it's this question of recognizing the value of the past and then doing something else with it, and being able to recombine and to do all sorts of things perhaps that have not been done before, but doing them in a sympathetic way, so that if a thing of beauty is a joy forever, to recognize that fact, but be able to interpret it in a new way and make it fresh. A beautiful thing can be used in many ways.
Yes, I love James Galileo says that a chemise is a chemise is a chemise. It's what you do with it that makes it important or totally unimportant.
Exactly. We can find many parallels in interior.
I'm sure, but you just triggered something in my head when you were talking about the past. Let your own mind go. Now, you are recognized as a major authority in interior design and enormously respected. And we all hang on your every word. No, I mean that. Let your mind go and go into the past areas, whatever century, whatever period, whether it's Versailles or the Sun King or Marie or Sorel or Jean-Michel Franco, whatever. And tell me the things that are held there because they have been enormously important in your awareness and your understanding of history and of the interior design world.
Well, I've found that the 17th and 18th century as epochs have been very important for me in any kind of formation of understanding and taste, and helpful as a basis of creating a standard of design, a good proportion, a good line, many things that are important in design. And particularly decorative design and architecture in England and France, and always Italy as well, those three countries. I think if one is learning and one is teaching, to emphasize 17th and 18th century designs as a start, as a foundation, is very, very important. And I suppose I've been accused of being wrapped up a bit too much, particularly in the 18th century, because it has been one of my major interests in teaching. I have found that I'm never bored, in searching out more information, increasing amounts of specialized information in some cases, about great achievements of architects and cabinet makers and specialists in various decorative arts of the 18th century. There was a perfection in craftsmanship and a perfection about the subtleties of line, elegance of proportion, and so on, that was the result of century after century of experimentation, which really reached a peak in the mid and later 18th century. And for a time came to an end at the French Revolution, and France under Napoleon tried to come back a bit. There was still available some of the great craftsmen and specialists, and they worked in the Empire style, but it gradually in the 19th century faded out as the old masters died off and people from the Industrial Revolution found new ways of doing things, sometimes interesting ways, but certainly the handicrafts fell off in their standards. So I think for concentration on 18th century work and 18th century perfection is a very good foundation. No matter if a student later on decides he'll never have any use for the 18th century as far as furniture or other products that were made in that time goes, the fact that he understands them and knows them and recognizes their quality for what they were will be helpful to that student later on. He becomes a 150% present day specialist with nothing from the past in his work. His familiarity and his ability to decide whether or not he does want to use something from that time or doesn't, he shouldn't reject it until he knows, it seems to me, and that's helpful in itself. I think to reject something before you understand it is foolish, and I think a good many schools have fallen into that trap of having both faculty and students reject huge areas of the past, or sometimes be very peculiar in the selection of certain periods from the past. I believe Le Corbusier encouraged his students to respect the Greeks a great deal, to think of the Parthenon as one of the perfect buildings in history, and certain other achievements of that, and yet didn't allow them at all to be interested in later achievements. The 18th century apparently didn't mean very much to him as far as training for students go. In fact, if you read when the cathedrals were white, he emphasized that novelty and rejection of the past, and when those Gothic cathedrals in a way were revolutionary buildings and doing things in a way that were different from periods before, made them in themselves important buildings. That revolutionary sweeping aside of the past was what interested him, and his methods in instructing younger people or influencing younger people were based pretty much on that idea. But I don't think it's helpful for interior designers to be pushed into that sort of thing of saying, well, the Greeks during a certain period of their time reached a great peak and you can really learn a great deal from them, but then forget the rest of it. I mean, that's all foolish, I think, to be that selective about the past.
Well, I think also that, there's a difference between revolution and evolution, and the reality of most awarenesses that develop about style, fashion, design is that you have to see how the changes occurred and how each plateau influenced the change to the next plateau.
Yes.
And
the continuity.
well, and the excesses. I mean,
Yes.
for instance, the excesses of Versailles.
Yes.
Talk about that for a moment.
Yes, the extravagance. Sometimes the extravagances themselves and the excesses are very interesting to study. And one can't expect to understand the Baroque without understanding excess and the uses of it. And the sort of superabundance of luxurious detail and so on the Baroque wouldn't be the Baroque unless it was excessive in that way. Sometimes the Baroque is much more controlled. The French don't particularly like using the Baroque as a descriptive term in describing 17th century architecture, but there are certainly many reasons why one could call it Baroque. If you look at Baroque design in Italy, you can't divorce the French 17th century from Italy. People like Lebrun and other great interior designers spent 7 years in Rome at the height of the Baroque, learning their craft and the know-how there, and then brought that to France. And some people say, well, the French harnessed the Baroque and made it conform more to the strict rules of architectural design. But nevertheless, what was left was thoroughly Baroque. And the excesses were there. I mean, you can't think of Versailles without thinking of lots of the excesses. But I think a student should be quite aware of it. He doesn't have to be encouraged to think that his task is to design another little Versailles somewhere. But he certainly can learn a great deal from many things that he sees at Versailles. To have an open eye for that sort of thing, to appreciate it.
Well, I always think, also of the psychology of the interior. Years ago, I was asked to give a major lecture on the psychology of the interior, and I selected the Victorian interior because it seemed to me that the nature of the Victorian interior was totally related to what was happening in the society. Totally a reflection on it. And talk about that in terms of how you see
Well,
that.
I think you can even start by saying that excessive aspects of the Baroque can be even considered functional. For instance, if you talk about the ambassador's staircase at Versailles, it was an enormous extravaganza of multicolored marbles, of illusionary paintings on the walls that penetrated the walls and made it look as if it was an open loggia beyond. Fountains, cascade of water emerging from a great shell, a giant bust of the king, glorification of the king's rule painted up in the ceiling and among clouds and things of that sort. All kinds of thoroughly theatrical and thoroughly excessive extravagances of design. But nevertheless, when you consider what the function of it was thoroughly functional. When an ambassador was to be received at Versailles, he would arrive with 75 coaches and all the retainers magnificently dressed and with their halberdiers and the soldiers and so on marching forward and after, and then coming in with silver trumpets blowing and the king's halberdiers arranged on those great stairs, and then coming up and going through the state rooms to be received by the king on an 8-foot high silver throne with all the silver furniture of that extravagant room on full display, thousands of candles lit and so on if it was an evening reception. All of that was to impress the world, not only that particular ambassador with the king's magnificence, but as a statement about absolute power in France, about a king with divine right, represented God's will in human form for the rule of France and so on. All of that showed that there was a necessity to have a background suitable for all that, and so it could be called functional. So it doesn't really have anything to do with either a low budget or a very simple statement of very limited kinds of design. It can be a very full-blown, very extravagant kind of design and still be functional.
And, all right, take it from there. I mean, that's a marvelous explanation of that particular room and its purpose. But take it to, let's go to the Victorian. Let's make that jump. And take it to the
Domestic life.
domestic life.
A family being very important, and the togetherness of the extended family and all that sort of thing. And a family that might start off the day with all having family prayers together and having the servants summoned in to all take part in that after a big family breakfast, and then a tea in the afternoon with the mother of the house seated at a very abundant tea table with her tea and the rest of it, and evenings looking at stereoscope, something of that sort, or card games, simple activities. But in any case, lots of family functions, lots of formal calls, women wearing very, very elaborate kinds of upholstered costumes and so on, and the furniture reflecting much the same kind of detailing. Curtains sometimes made of almost as elaborate a fabric as a formal drawing room kind of costume would have. There's a very strong sort of affinity for the same look. And you would have an emphasis on a great many textures and patterns. You might have a heavy flock paper on the wall and a very heavy Brussels carpet on the floor, and you would have fringes and tassels and cords and all kinds of trims, not only on the curtains but on the furniture itself. You would have tufting, many kinds of rather stiff examples of upholstered furniture, and sometimes very diverse forms in the same room, a sort of uncertainty about whether it should go in this direction or that direction, particularly in the later Victorian room. There were diverse forms, all sort of used together in many cases, and lots of gold surfaces, gold frames, and gilded pieces of furniture, sometimes a gilded easel with a heavily framed painting placed on it with a draping of velvet and back or something of that sort. All rather reflective of a rather what we'd call stuffy lifestyle, and a rather close family relationship, and a great deal of home living. Not the idea of people running in and out as families do now at all. People were expected to sit down at dinner at the same time. They were expected usually to show up at breakfast in the morning, and each hour of the day had its expectancy. Certain activities were expected, and it was a very closed sort of atmosphere inside the house.
That's a good point to point out that they also were dark houses. And closed.
Sometimes
heavily
triple
curtained. But also, one of the things that I became aware of was that it was a transition period. Transportation was changing. People could go to Atlantic City. They could go to places that previously would have been thought of as enormously complicated trips. And they never gave anything up. They'd bring back the pillow that said Atlantic City,
Yes.
and that would be placed against the pillows their
Souvenir
grandmother
de
had.
voyage, yes.
And the clutter that seemed to dominate the Victorian houses was, I felt, that new expression of, look me over, look what I've now achieved.
We've been places. Yes, the girls of the family bring back shells and then make shell bouquets and put them under glass domes, or pine needles from Saratoga somewhere in the Adirondacks, bring those back, stuff some pillows with them, put embroidered mottos on, and lots of things from a trip to Rome might have bits and pieces of marble they'd picked up on the Palatine Hill, and then in Florence there were specialists that would make paperweights and things out of it, and then you put Roma underneath and the date or something.
Also, it was the transition period of not giving up the past. In other words, one had a responsibility to your grandparents' objets and holdings and furniture and inherited pieces, which meant from both sides of the family, and plus whatever it was that you were accumulating yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And it never occurred to anyone to throw anything away or make changes in that level.
Hold on to things. Lots of surfaces, and surfaces pretty much crowded. More tables than in most other periods. wide chimney piece shelves, and you have plenty of things on those, and sometimes a bit of fringe and drapery added as well to give it an edge. Yes, you couldn't really have too much. More is better.
Yeah, yeah. Talk about the tasteful interlude. The period where that began to change between those two periods.
Well, I think Art Nouveau, just in the name itself, a new art, or whether you want to call it Jugendstil, or any of those terms, Liberty style, all reflected a sort of dissatisfaction with the past and seeking a new idea. New designers, back to nature in forms, where you would have chairs that looked like branches of trees, the legs seemed to grow out of the frames, and so forth and so on. And having an idea that flowers and leaves and so on could be used in a new way. Sometimes stencil forms used as borders all the way around the room, something of that sort. Textiles that were designed in a stylized but naturalistic way, as nature forms made to conform to repeated, almost geometric shapes.
What do you think they were rebelling against?
I think they were rebelling against too many tiresome reproductions, not too careful reproductions of the past. In the eclecticism of the later 19th century, to have a little bit of Elizabethan and a little bit of French and Italian Renaissance, and a little bit of rather peculiarly adapted Louis XVI and in some cases Louis XV, all together in the same interior, just was too disparate and too confusing.
Sometimes the same piece of furniture.
Yes, and many of those things could show up on a great sideboard or something of that sort. And it became heavy and not very honest. And of course, a lot of the machine-made products were trying to look like handmade or hand-carved
I
things.
think part of the identification with nature was as a rebellion against the machine-made products.
I think so. Of course, they weren't quite sure of their goals. The arts and crafts movement provided the impetus for the Art Nouveau, seems to me. And in the arts and crafts, they were trying to go back to handicrafts, the Morris group and all of that. And certainly the Vienna Werkstätte was encouraging some of that. But then they also had an idea of a social aim to create decent furniture for the working masses. And then in order to get that accomplished, they had to use the machine. So they were sort of split in their goals. One thing is to continue the training of craftsmen and produce more things that had the integrity of handmade work. And the other, to produce usable and unpretentious furniture at a low cost to improve the standards of living of people who could only afford a very low budget for such things. And it was a sort of a two-way kind of stream that was going one in the direction of handmade things in an extravagant way. For instance, Tiffany in this country, Tiffany glass, Tiffany lamps, Tiffany wrought iron work, all depended on very highly skilled, highly trained craftsmen. And then in places like Vienna, you had the Tonnet works making bentwood furniture of every known kind of shape and purpose and so on, but using a very simple idea of bending wood in mass production techniques and to produce thousands of pieces at low cost that would be better than what the working class people had offered to them before that. There were two ways of thinking about things.
It's also interesting when you look at Art Nouveau and recognize that it's fairly romantic. I mean, the use of the wave.
Oh, yes.
I mean, almost everything has a wave
They had
movement into it.
so many ways of describing it. Sometimes they'd even call it the spaghetti style because it looked like a mass of spaghetti or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
Or hair blowing in the wind, or waves blown by sea waves, things of that sort. All were inspiration for it.
And if you describe that for Art Nouveau, how would you describe Art Deco?
I think Art Deco was more closely related to Art Nouveau than most people realize. And I think actually the time sequence was very close. And if you look at certain avant-garde people such as Hoffman, who designed wonderful things in Middle Europe and also in Brussels, the Stockwell House, things of that sort too, foreshadow Art Deco, the stiffness, the more geometric approach, lightning streaks and skyscraper step outlines and things of that sort that came into it. Certain interests, for instance, in Mayan design and the Mexican pyramids, things of that sort seem to creep into it. And the flower forms, instead of being very free form and very willowy, became more and more stylized. And you get these very stiff, round blossoms and things arranged in an increasingly kind of mechanical way over and over again in the Art Deco things. And yet they relate to the flower designs and the organic things that had occurred somewhat earlier. But in this country, Art Nouveau seemed to have stopped about the time of World War I, and Art Deco came out of it about 1919 to 1920. And it's a stiffening and a stylizing and perhaps less human approach, a more mechanical approach, it seems to me, more mechanized.
More geometric.
Much more geometric.
It's full of triangles and
less subtle colors. In England, the Art Nouveau was sometimes called a gallery greenery kind of color, because those were rather important colors used at the time. And then afterwards, you get these very acid, sharp colors as Art Deco came into its own. Colors that seem to have come out of the folds a bit. Very, very sharp primary colors. And they relate a bit to the Bauhaus colors, primary colors.
it's always fascinated me that Glasgow, Scotland, should have produced Macintosh.
With the sensitivity and so on. Macintosh and his wife, who was a clever artist at that time too.
Talk a little about his furniture and what he did.
Well, I think Macintosh represented the geometric aspects of that whole Art Nouveau period. We think of the whiplash line and the kind of lines that you get from waves in the water, or garments or hair being blown in the wind, those sort of inspirations, all being full of curves, and yet the majority of the Macintosh things are stiff and straight. Yes, those rigid, tall backs in the chairs.
Just pick it up from what you were just saying.
Well, the straight lines are very much emphasized in Glasgow's furniture, in the Glasgow School under Macintosh, the designs for furniture. And if you look at the designs, for instance, for the famous library in the Glasgow School of Art, which Macintosh designed, you'll see that there are very insistently straight lines and right angles, that the only curved lines that you see are sometimes in old window openings where there may be glass panels that will have perhaps some leaded glass with some curves and things of that sort. Sometimes those were designed by Mrs. Macintosh, by his wife. And sometimes the murals that were associated with his interiors, particularly in a number of Glasgow tea rooms that he was famous for. you find that the murals give relief from the insistently straight lines and right angles, but that many of the buildings and and the decorative arts that he was involved in his buildings do foreshadow some of the Art Deco things.
And when you look at Art Deco, and then you move into Art Moderne,
Yes.
you certainly see the connection.
Yes, I think that's true.
You know.
And of course, there had to be a certain compromise between the designs that were shown in 1925 at the Great International Exposition in Paris of decorative arts, from which we get the expression Art Deco. They attempted to be very international, and they brought in the Dutch designers, Theo van Doesburg, one of the great influences, and Rietveld, and so on, and some of the people who were working at the Bauhaus, and of course a great many people in France, including Jean-Michel Franck, and of course cabinet makers like Ruhlmann, who was very, very important at the time. And there were very different aims to be seen. Ruhlmann has sometimes been called an 18th century man working in the 20th century, because so many of his standards, so many of his materials, and in fact some of his techniques were very closely related to the work of 18th century Ebonese Paris. But on the other hand, his approach to design and his stripping down and elimination of elaborate forms had to do with the post-World War I period, when things were going in the direction of simplicity and so on. He was sort of in between. But some of the Bauhaus people found that the French decorative approach was not at all to their liking. In fact, anathema to some of them. There was a very split division, a great division between the thinking of the Bauhaus people, and they were much more close to the Dutch designers, Rietveld and Van Doesburg and so on. And Mondrian, of course, was a leader in their ideas about simplicity and straight geometry and so on. And the French were still thinking in terms of sheer decoration in many cases, and surface decoration. It was quite a big division, and then you had on top of that the Scandinavian influence that came out of that, what we used to call Swedish modern, where you had bleached birchwood and other kinds of light woods and so on, and a great emphasis on simplicity, handicraft being very evident in their work, particularly with some of the Danish work. And the Danes really came into it in the 1950s, the early 1950s, when you got so much Danish work coming in.
All that silver.
Yes, all of that. And things that were arms of chairs that were meant to be scooped out so that your elbows could rest nicely on them, and all that sort of thinking about form following function as far as the craftsman's contribution to it could be, that sort of thing. And Alvar Aalto's furniture, an architect's approach to furniture design and so on, came into all of that.
Well, then you had Mies's table and
Yes.
you know,
Of course,
Saarinen's chair.
the Mies contributions to furniture that came out of, for instance, 1929 Barcelona Pavilion were very closely related to some of the things that had already been shown in Paris. And you had people like Marcel Breuer and Mies and a good many others, all designing tubular furniture which one piece resembling another very, very closely. Sometimes you could hardly tell one from the other. thinking along the same lines.
Yeah. Again, as you talk, things flash through my head. Uh, One of the influences, of course, that has affected dance, music, costume was Diaghilev and the Ballet de Ruse de Monte Carlo.
Yes.
Did this have any influence on interior design?
Well, I think it caused a sort of a diversion. When it first came in, you had a kind of a Turkish or Moorish influence, and all of a sudden there were low divans and hundreds of pillows, and vast pillows sometimes, with tassels and cords and embroideries thrown around. Animal skins, leopard or lion or tiger skins thrown here and there. It related very much to the Eleanor Glyn period in novels, and some of her famous tiger skin quotation.
Yeah, the little poem.
Yes, that seems to me to fit in with that whole period. It started surprisingly early as an influence, about 5 years before World War I started, I think 1909 perhaps. And the Russian ballet gave a whole new approach to color. These very, very vivid, uninhibited Russian colors of people like Bakst and Benoit and others gave people something to think about. From the rather timid colors that many English designers particularly had felt were necessary to use for good taste, all of a sudden this wild, rather barbaric taste, the Firebird and things of that sort, Scheherazade, those sets introduced a whole new way of thinking, and people had courage to use those things all of a sudden. And Poiret, of course, adapted it very much, and when he started his Martine Studios, named after one of his daughters, it was very, very much related to the ballet of that time.
Do you know he was the first designer perfume name?
The first one to bring that in, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
He really was an incredible man when you think about it.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And he also, through all of that, maintained a great admiration for 18th century design. He, at one point, took that beautiful hunting pavilion that was designed for Louis XV near Saint Cloud, and decorated it in an amusing way, but had the bones of the 18th century structure emphasized, and in fact had some very beautiful Louis XV pieces put in there that he collected at a time when a lot of people were not interested in that at all.
What was the, if there was, a retained contribution of the Martine School?
I think very large, big, bold patterns on textiles, which to a certain extent I think related to some of the Fortuny things that were being hand-painted and hand-blocked and so on. Not only on cotton, but on velvets and things, which he liked very much. And using those things for interiors was a natural thing for Poiret, after he became concerned with new ideas for textiles for women's clothes, to think of them as they applied to decoration, and to create those things, being inspired by the Russian theater, the Russian ballet sets and so on, creating a source of supply for people who wanted to live in that way, in a dramatic way of that time, because those rather Turkish costumes that he would design looked very well in a kind of a seraglio setting that he could design for some of his parties, and later on people decided to do that rather seriously. Misia Serik, for instance, certainly went in for some of that in her various salons in Paris. She was very much a creature of that kind.
How closely related is that to the Turkish quarter?
Well, the Turkish corner is earlier. A Turkish
so,
corner, I think, began to be a fashionable feature of
houses in England and America, and to a certain extent France, um, in the 1870s and 80s. Sometimes it would be an alcove sort of curtained off from a large drawing room, or sometimes it could be arranged on a stair landing, and they'd have a banquette or something of that sort, and lots of cushions and Moorish tables, little brass tables, or inlaid tables of ebony and mother of pearl, things of that sort. Turkish touches. I think that continued on in certain cases right up to World War I. It blends sort of into some of that interest in the ballet.
Talk to me a little about the influence of the motion picture.
Well, I think the motion picture became important as an inspiration for designers in the 20s. I think before that it was simply the decor was insignificant, except in a few cases. I think some of the settings for Griffith's Greed were awe-inspiring. There were some Italian scenic designers in the very early big Italian productions that created astonishing things. I think either Babylon or Carthage or something of that sort gave them reason for creating vast, huge scenic effects. And perhaps some of the big extravagant houses in California, and perhaps some of them in the East too, may have been a bit inspired by that, sort of a megalomania for size and things. Perhaps William Randolph Hearst's rooms in San Simeon were inspired by some of the earlier scenic effects. But
I think it was more likely that San Simeon was inspired by the desire to reproduce a position of royalty. Would you buy yourself a castle?
Yes, and I think a general feeling of megalomania, that a vast urge to acquire, and after acquiring great warehouses full of things, to have some place to put them.
Yeah.
And of course there were, although he is the best known, there were other great moguls in industry who were doing things on a very grand scale. But he, I think, did it with more panache than many of them, and more daring and audacity and so on.
I asked about motion pictures because I've always had a feeling that Angelo D'Angia, who I know was a student of yours,
Yes.
Was markedly influenced by Cedric Gibbons' sets, done
Yes.
for those MGM
When he
movies.
began researching the recent past, particularly for the cinema and things, I felt that many of those pieces of furniture that came out under his name were strongly inspired by some of those Cedric Gibbons interiors and so on. And there were others. There were the Norma Shearer movies, the Irving Thalberg directed, and some of the very elegant movies that people like Kay Francis and Anne Harding and Philip Merivale's pieces, those sort of things, required lovely drawing rooms, sometimes beautiful country houses and things.
Well, the very concept of the drawing room comedy, which we haven't had for a
Yes,
long
for a long
time,
time.
was a legitimate force both on the stage as well as, of course, in film. When you go back and think of the Rachel Prober's comedies done for Ina Claire, or Behrman's comedies for
That
Ina
sort of
Claire,
thing.
or the Luntz, and the Noel Coward, very sophisticated things. And then you go from there to the Fred Astaire movies.
Yes, yes. Actually, we took those settings for granted much more than we should have, really, because if you look back on them when they're once in a while shown late television or at revival theater houses here in town, you can be just astonished at the perfection and the detail and the real elegance of some of those rooms. Astonishing. And a great many people all over the country either consciously or unconsciously, if they had means to imitate those things, I think were influenced by that style.
I'm going to throw out some names to you. Siri Mom.
Well, Siri Moore we think of as being the founder of the all-white tendency in design, to take all the colors out of a drawing room, and even bleach Chippendale furniture, which is said to have done at times, and to be subtle about it, to choose maybe 15 shades of white and off-white and put them together, sometimes warm shades and cool shades contrasting and so on, and doing quite interesting things with it. An untalented person trying that style, trying to follow Siri Mom, could produce the most uninteresting room you could imagine if it was almost a one tone of white or something. But with the different textures that she would introduce, and wonderful tones of lacquer and sculptured rugs and furs and satins and lots of shiny materials, mirrored tables, mirrored walls, mirrored chimney pieces, mirrored armoires and things where you would get the white reflected and so on. It was a rather special and a rather wonderful look, but she, I think she was overlooked for her other contribution. She also could use color very nicely, and she did many original things. These little tables, for instance, which have a sort of a bark-like texture in bronze and so on, were an idea of hers that were later on franchised out and marketed here in New York. Just one of many things she used to think of doing. She liked bamboo. She liked painted bamboo, and she did all sorts of interesting things with that. She was clever in chinoiserie usage, quite marvelous papers and so on adapted for her usage, that Chinese things. I think Siri Mom was very good as a general influence.
Elsie de Wolf.
Well, Elsie de Wolf has her enthusiasts, people that think she was simply wonderful and the foundress of modern interior design, and then there are others said that she'd been, her influence has been deleterious perhaps for some reasons. Some say that she was mostly a businesswoman and that had dollar signs in both eyes. Others say that she was the epitome of international chic, and that she could combine the lifestyle of people who spent part of the year in Paris and part of the year in San Moritz and part of the year in the west coast of California and some of it in New York. And she understood all those lifestyles equally well and was prepared to cope with each of them. And I think in some cases she coped very well. But I think in looking over her work over the years, you see that she tended, particularly in the latter part of her career, to be trendy. And when, for instance, she went out to California and she did those pseudo-Baroque beds and the very heavy, exaggerated moldings and things of that sort, they looked awfully stagey. Perhaps it was inevitable settling down in Los Angeles and becoming part of the cinema set.
Well, I mean, it's easy to forget that she started as a stage actress.
And yes.
And she was, in her own way, not a very good actress, but she was like a dress extra. She had fabulous personal style and a great wardrobe.
Yes, and she knew how to wear clothes.
And she knew how to wear clothes. And so it's understandable that in California, where she was surrounded by people who wanted to be on, that she would do that kind of thing.
She had a great appreciation for good workmanship. She insisted on that. And in her own house at Versailles, in the Villa Trianon, she had some wonderful pieces of furniture, just absolutely first-class quality of 18th century pieces.
She also had a nice contrast of surfaces and textures and so on. She was fond of fur rugs. She used those nicely. She was very fond of needlework. She was one of the people that introduced amusing touches of rather interesting and somewhat cynical mottos on needlework pillows. No pockets in a shroud. Some people say it was Alice Roosevelt Longworth, or some people say it was Elsie de Wolfe who said, had it sewn on or embroidered on a pillow. If you haven't anything nice to say about anybody, come over here and sit by me.
I'm sure it was Alice.
That's more like Alice. But anyway, she was one of the people that introduced that style of having something amusing to see or read on a pillow. She had touches of that sort, original touches.
Well, you certainly have to recognize that when she took the assignment of doing the Colony, which was a woman's club at that time, and opened up those shutters and took off those heavy drapes and let the light in
Put the trellis up, a sort of garden room.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly
It was
is
very
not to
fresh,
be-
very
fresh
fresh.
at the time, you know.
And like anybody in any given period, she could not escape the period that she was working in. And so if you look at her radiator covers, or the rather odd little lamps placed here or there, or some rather peculiar upholstered furniture that was halfway period and halfway modern, those things were of the moment at that time. And she didn't see anything particularly eccentric about it, but today they look strange because we see them as part of a period which she was not quite aware of at that time she was living in.
Also, one of the things that's always fascinated me about her is that she apparently had enormous personal hang-ups about such things as just normal bodily functions. And the
She
fact,
disguised the toilets and things.
Oh,
yes, things
I mean,
like that.
somehow or other you were going into a rickshaw,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
to go to the job.
Yeah.
I was at her house in California, and I had trouble finding finding where to lift the seat, that kind of thing. Anyway, Frances
It was a
Elkins.
Victorian hang-up, I think. She was Victorian born.
Yes, very much so, and I think she was a woman of a lot of sexual hang-ups.
Perhaps.
Well, let's jump to Frances Elkins.
Frances Elkins was a remarkable woman because she was thoroughly sympathetic with her famous brother's Beaux-Arts approach to design. He was one of our great residential architects with a thoroughly Beaux-Arts training and a long experience of analyzing and later adapting European styles, particularly French, Italian, and to a certain extent English.
His name?
David Adler. And the David Adler houses in and around Chicago, and some of them, his own house, the last thing he designed in California, and some very beautiful houses in Florida as well, and a wonderful one at Ipswich, the Crane House in Massachusetts. Some of the most beautiful residential houses of our century, early 20th century. And she worked very successfully with it. But she was also very innovative. And when she went to Paris in the 20s, she discovered Jean-Michel Franck. And she ordered a great many of his things. She was one of the first in America to understand his work and to appreciate the originality and the sort of cutting through layers and layers of French tradition and arriving at a simplicity which was important and new at the time. And she also felt sympathetic to his work because he retained many of the elegancies, for instance, of the Louis XVI style. He would strip down the moldings of a Louis XVI room and sometimes interpret them in stone, as he did in the Guerlain shop in Paris. And it would have a sort of a Louis XVI general look, and then when you analyze it, it was something very new and very 20th century as well.
she liked that sort of thing. She liked his use of white plaster. She liked his alabaster screens that would show light through them. She liked, naturally, the Parsons type of tables, at least what we call Parsons tables. I suppose they should be called Franck tables. She liked many of his ideas, and she had special orders of those things made, and she used them in California, more in California than elsewhere, because the latter part of her career was in Carmel and Monterey. And Peter Reed, who wrote a very interesting article about her work, went out there and spoke to her daughter and spoke to other people who had known her and worked with her, and had some photographs made of some rooms that are still pretty much intact, and said that she really was responsible for introducing Franck's work here more than any other person, certainly one of the early appreciators.
Well, of course, you can't think of California without thinking of Tony Duquette.
And you can't think of Tony Duquette without attaching him to Elsie de Wolfe.
Exactly.
Tony Duquette, of course, was pure fantasy in his approach, and somewhat surrealist. There were a good many other people, not only in California, but internationally, who were thinking along those lines.
Who?
Well, I would say, to a certain extent, Joseph Platt in America sometimes used strong fantasy ideas of that sort. Although he was given to more modern approaches in interior design, he had plenty of fantasy. And both of them, I think, had certain surrealist overtones in their
Can
work.
you describe one of the fantasies?
Well, butterflies of all different sizes and materials, sometimes pillows made in butterfly or other insect shapes, butterflies appliqued on designs and beaded work, shiny things of that sort, chandeliers of an explosive sort of sunburst design, that kind of thing. Odd and eccentric shapes of chairs, chairs that either were twice as big as you expected or much smaller than one might expect, with very odd designs, either appliqued or embroidered on in one way or another. Lots of sequins and beads and things of that sort in some cases. Chinese garments, sometimes used for upholstery or sometimes hung up on the wall, things of that sort. But a good bit of fantasy.
You know the work of William Haynes, former matinee idol?
Yes,
Who
when
seems
his
to dominate,
theater career ended, he went into interior design. And I believe Ted Graeber is the successor to his work.
Yeah.
Ted Graeber worked with him.
Didn't
and,
Ted Graeber end up at the White House?
Yes, as the Regans and the Annenbergs decorator and so on. I don't think he, naturally he's not a man of the same generation as William Haynes, and I think it doesn't have the same impact. It seems to be somewhat a diluted version of the style of William Haynes, which was more of a true but elegant Hollywood from those times.
Yeah, it was very chintzy and very wicker and very
Yes.
sort of,
Lots of white lacquer.
Yeah.
And good bit of mirror and things of that sort. And related to a certain extent to Elsie de Wolfe's work at that time, too.
In a funny way, I always thought it was related. It was kind of bolder, brighter, sunnier English country house style. Chintzes that seem to be in oranges and lemons and limes and pinks and
Rather
that kind of
California.
thing. Very California, and nobody in England would ever use those. But it was, but you got a feeling that almost everything was being turned into into a sort of resort lobby. You know, I mean, that's just
Yes,
my
it-
reaction to it.
California and Florida hotels.
Yes,
and things of that
exactly,
sort of bit.
exactly. He was adored,
Yes.
and there are people who, you know, tell you with great
And
pride.
he was enormously successful.
Right,
Yeah.
you know, very, very big career. Um, well, what about Sybil Colfax?
Well, I think Sybil Colfax has had an enormous influence. She and Nancy Lancaster. Nancy Lancaster actually was a silent partner with John Fowler, but Lady Colfax and Fowler joined forces, each to their mutual advantage at a time when it helped them both, and became Colfax and Fowler. But Nancy Lancaster, having enormous personal experience, particularly when she had married Ronald Tree and had such houses as Ditchley to live in and to decorate, had enormous influence on English country house design. She had the force and the character and the assurance which a person who was simply in the trade, so to speak, such as John Fowler as a decorator, didn't have. John Fowler could argue with her and tell us that certain of her ideas were not very practical, which she would do, I understand. And they worked quite well together as sort of opposing forces, each one helping the other by taking up the argument, for better or worse. But I think Lady Colfax was the sort of London hostess decorator. She was a very famous lady known for her salon and for the brilliant people she could bring together. Absolutely everybody in English politics and English intellectual life and so on would come to her, and she provided a sort of an 18th century salon background for them, with beautifully chosen furniture, a great deal of it Georgian, and she liked painted surfaces, and so instead of having everything in mahogany, you would have a certain amount of light touch of paint and things. And she liked extremely elegant rugs. At a time when people were not thinking so much about needlework rugs, she seemed to find them and use them and so on. I think she was a good influence.
David Hicks.
Well, David Hicks learned a lot from Billy Baldwin. David Hicks came over here after a relatively short experience working for other people in London, and had letters to Mr. Baldwin, and it was very well received and shown the most interesting examples of Baldwin's work, different places over this country, and I believe was sent out west to see some of the work out there as well. Not only William Baldwin's work, but other good designers' work. And then returned to England with his head just whirling with new ideas, and with great courage and apparently great assurance about his success in introducing new designs, new rug designs, new textile designs, and so on. And of course, his marriage with a cousin of the Queen couldn't help but
But help.
And having access to royal houses and wonderful country houses and townhouses to work with, his career took off. And then there was the franchising of his designs for rugs, textiles, furniture, and other things. He became an international name. And I think his contribution to English design was a good one. I think he removed a lot of the stuffiness that was still a big part of English design. I think his realization that the English needed wall-to-wall carpeting for their climate, to make houses comfortable and so on in a cold climate, but that he could avoid all those dreary sort of wall-to-wall taupe rooms and other dull colors that English rugs had come in, and introduce rather startling new fresh patterns in bright colors, lots of choices of colors, and sometimes
a rather insistent repetition of pattern, so that you might have a textile stretched on walls and in some cases even on ceilings, and relating it to a larger pattern on the rugs or something of that sort, introduced to David Hicks' look. And I think you can see a certain affinity in his choice of upholstery and his general approach and simplicity in many cases that shows the Baldwin influence.
I never think of David Hicks that I don't think of Mark Hampton.
Yes, well, Mark Hampton, of course, worked for David Hicks for several years, and Hicks was a very, very seminal influence, and I think probably both benefited in the long run, because Mark has a great deal of common sense and straightforward approach about design, and I think he was able to edit what he saw for his own benefit, and then go on, and after working for Macmillan and learning quite a lot about that rather classical approach, to combine the two things and work out his own style.
Which is quite defined now.
Very defined.
Yeah.
And very workable, and I think very elegant, and very classic, a lasting kind of design.
Mario Botta.
Well, Mario I've known so well that it's a little hard for me to be objective about him. But I saw him develop from a very young man when he went to Europe as a student with me in 1962. And at that time he had a letter of introduction to John Fowler. And Mr. Fowler couldn't have been nicer and more interested in showing him around, and in fact inviting the class that Mario was a part of to see 44 Berkeley Square. It's a wonderful William Kent house that's now the Claremont Club, which he had at that time just completed, and was a wonderful revelation of his sensitivity to early Georgian design of absolutely first class work, William Kent being one of the most brilliant of that whole time. And then he let us see Mrs. Lancaster's wonderful Regency apartment, which was up above the store, so to speak, on Brook Street, and also made sure that we noted certain things that he had advised about in some houses that were open to the public, which we were going on to see. But Fowler was coming into his own as a great authority on 18th century design in England at the time. And it was quite marvelous for Mario, because he not only was generous in showing Mario his sources for trims and gimps and fringes and things of that sort, but he also took him around to his upholsterer's shop and showed him how these very difficult things were done. Some things which one could hardly believe could be done in this time were being done there. Complicated headboards and very elaborate valances, and four-poster beds of the most complicated sort of treatment, all being done. And I think Mario had his eyes opened to many sorts of possibilities, also with wonderful paint finishes, and with the various kinds of glazes and striaes and so on that Mario uses so well, and which Fowler over many, many years had analyzed and sort of rediscovered and so on. Those were all very helpful things for Mario. And also the fact that John Fowler had been able to remove stiffness from English rooms, and no longer using sets of furniture, but having very unexpected shapes and variations of pattern and things of that sort. Sometimes very understated little things called English drab, English Regency prints, which were usually used for lining, sometimes covering a whole sofa or settee or something of that sort. Unexpected usages for traditional things. And I think certain things sometimes were made fun of a bit, where when Fowler started hanging pictures from ribbons with rosettes and bows at the top, that intrigued Mario naturally, and so many of his clients demanded it that he could hardly get away from it afterwards.
It's a signature now.
It became a signature. Many of those things which people find absolutely compelling to do later on through overuse become a cliche, of course. And some of the selections of animal paintings, particularly dog paintings, practically clearing out the market, because so many of the clients latched onto that, and that was a foul thing to start with. Now it's very difficult to get a good 18th century or 19th century dog painting.
It is amusing when you think that people used to desperately look for ancestors.
Now they're looking for
now
dogs.
looking for
Spaniels.
ancestral pets.
Hounds.
it is
But
funny.
Mario's style is a very difficult one for other people to knock off, and I think that's proof of the quality of it and so on. There are dozens now that are trying to do it, not only in the East but in various other places, and so many of them fall on their faces and they make a kind of a mess of the whole thing. He's very sure
Oh yeah.
in handling that style.
He's also one of the wittiest men I've ever met.
Oh, very. And the wit shows up in his work.
Absolutely marvelous.
He's very relaxed with his clients, and they find that his attitude and his relaxed way, not taking himself or his work with too much seriousness, and yet always holding up for the best of quality and the finest detail and best workmanship and so on. He has the assurance that allows him to be funny and at the same time to be serious.
Jay Spector.
Well, Jay is a case of a very determined designer who found himself dissatisfied with the kind of decoration that he started off with. He started off in the South, I believe, in Louisville, and had been involved in antique business as well. And naturally, with that background, he was doing rather traditional work. And then eventually he had clients that allowed him to do more contemporary work. And as he began surveying the scene and finding out what the very best of that kind of work was, he leaned more in that direction. And then when he pulled up the stakes and came to New York and was able to benefit by the New York resources and New York workmanship and all of that sort of thing, he was able really to work up a new style, a very contemporary style. And I think he also is very sure of himself in using new appliances and new controls. You'll find in some of his jobs that by pressing a button you can open and close the windows, or even open a door, or you can have a television screen appear from some mysterious place, or many things of that sort which require very involved installation and technical expertise. He's at ease with. He likes some industrial looks. He likes polished steel, or sometimes distressed steel, used in large quantities. He in his own house on Long Island, which he since sold, he had a large sort of industrial-looking smokestack running up over the chimney piece, which had a sculptural look. And the other end of that enormous big room had a Louise Nevelson made for him, made for that particular spot, which looked marvelous opposed to it. And you notice that all of his upholstery details and the quality, for instance, of Hermes leather and things of that sort, absolutely uncompromisingly first class in his work. Expense really is not a limiting consideration for him.
John Saladino.
Well, Saladino had an architectural training, and I think was a much more determined modernist in his earlier career than he is at present. At first, his idea was to have about 95% of the contents of any given room either designed by himself or other contemporary designers. And later on, he had experience with some very sophisticated clients who absolutely insisted on retaining some wonderful Queen Anne pieces, some lacquered cabinets, some painted Venetian furniture, other things which he had first advised them to put into storage, and they absolutely rebelled. And so he had no alternative except to find uses for these things. And when it was finished, of course, it resulted in a very spectacular combination from which he was clever enough to learn that he better find out how to be more at ease with special items. And if you've noticed in the recent photographs of his work, he's inclined to use more and more period work, and I think it's a rather interesting transition. He still naturally likes to use a bit of his own work, or quite a lot of it, particularly his upholstery, which has had lots of publicity and has had department store exposure, things of that sort. But I think he is a more knowing designer for having had the experience of using some good pieces from the past, many more of them than he at one time did.
Speaking of pieces from the past, Dorothy Draper.
Well, Dorothy Draper was born at Tuckerman from Tuxedo Park, old New York establishment, and her Dorothy Draper was one of the early New York society career women, and after she was divorced from Dr. Draper, who incidentally had a second wife who was also a renowned New York decorator, that's Elizabeth Draper, decided that she would have somewhat of necessity a career, and having enjoyed decorating houses very much for her own use, she decided that interior design would be her field. She had a great gift of dramatizing her work, of choosing color and pattern and scale that would make her work very noticeable and very outstanding. She also, having grown up in a circle of people who were financially important in banking and real estate and establishment groups of people, felt very much at ease in dealing with boards of directors, people who might be in charge of hotels and corporations that would control public buildings, things of that sort. And one of her early jobs was the Carlisle Hotel, which had been a rather stuffy, had a rather stuffy hotel image. And she made it very bright, vibrant, and she picked out colors, magnolia leaf green, which was rather new at that time, and she had black and gold lacquered, more or less directoire furniture, and dramatic rugs, and so on, green and white, I believe, at first. And in any case, she made it a rather smashing lobby for the Carlisle, and that put her pretty much on the map as being very competent in doing public rooms. And she had naturally occasion to do New York apartments and townhouses. And she found that most of the fabrics of the time in the big houses were dreary, as far as she was concerned. So she asked for new lines to be put out for her usage if she were going to be working in quantity. And she had green and white stripes, she had pink and white stripes, peppermint stick stripes, things of that sort, sometimes blown up to very large, exaggerated scale. Then she got going on roses, and she had the famous Dorothy Draper rose wallpaper and Dorothy Draper rose patterned rugs in very, very fresh tones of flower colors and bright green leaves, things of that sort, sometimes on black backgrounds. She also discovered the idea of simplifying Baroque details. Later on, I believe she did the Camellia Room in Chicago in the Drake. And she had black lacquered doors with great heavy Baroque moldings and white rosettes in the middle of each door. and I think in some cases dark green lacquer too in that hotel. And lots of her flower prints and her bright green velvet and so on, in nice juxtaposition, and quantities of mirror, overscale crystal chandeliers, and great appliques of wall lights against mirror. It was a look. Sometimes there'd be over doors that would have a niche and a big white plaster bust or something of that kind, or maybe a trophy panel done in white plaster against a mirrored plaque. That was a look. And she could repeat that in nice variations. She later on found that the Hampshire house had had a financial complication, and that the original entrepreneurs, the builders of it, had to stop midway during the war, World War II. And so toward the end of it, when things began to look up, she had a meeting with I think it was taken up by a new board of directors, anyway, whoever controlled it, and she persuaded them that if they would have her as a designer, she could make it one of the most desirable places to live in New York. And she presented some interesting sketches done by a Parsons graduate named Lester Grundy, who later on was an editor of House and Garden. And he did charming sketches, and they were convinced this would be marvelous. And so she did the lobby with a great big squares of black and white marble, with large areas of mirror, with the white plaster busts set in niches, with the lacquered doors and the rosettes and so on. A wonderful bar with fabrics designed by the great teller of Irish ghost stories. I have his book up here. Think of his name. Anyway, he did hunting scenes of Ireland, always with a great Irish house in the background. He was a great specialist in Irish country houses. And so she had the theme of that kind of work in the bar. And then she had a dining room called the Camellia Room there, and it was all done in tones of pink and green, and some stripes and so on. It was very pretty. And then she did most of the suites that were for renters' hotel rooms. Always with the giant lamps, moss green rugs, sometimes the pink and white striped papers in the bedrooms. Very, very effective uses of pieces that she had designed in her office. She had Glenn Boyles designing a lot of that.
Was there a later identification with Lurex thread?
Well, to some extent, I think Marion Dorn and the lady who did so much hand weaving in California, Dorothy Liebes. Dorothy Liebes, put everything from Lurex, even as some people said, into spaghetti and macaroni into the looms, and wove it into textures and things. And I think Dorothy Draper used a certain amount of that.
Wasn't the name of the man that you were trying to reach for the Irish?
James Reynolds.
James Reynolds.
Yes, he was a great huntsman. He owned some beautiful Irish hunters. He had a farm in Virginia, and for a time he had a place in Ireland. And he became an expert on Irish Georgian architecture, and also on Palladian villas. I have the book on Palladio here with his illustrations. The illustrations were big and bold and direct, and they fitted exactly into the Dorothy Draper atmosphere. Later on, she did over the homestead. The Greenbrier, I'm sorry. Greenbrier at White Sulphur Springs. And she used many of those things, the same ideas, but in fresh ways down there. She had a very, very brilliant career as a decorator who had a very individual, easily recognized style.
It's so incredible to me that, of course, obviously when somebody dies and their name goes on, there's no way of knowing how it's going to be used and how it's going to reflect on the original person or become a name that's associated with a whole different level of taste. And I know it's difficult for you to talk about people with a degree of negative thing, but I really think that Carlton Varney, who is certainly to be admired for his marketing skills. I mean, he is
very clever.
Enormously clever, and very, very much a syndicated column, and the pushiest person when it comes to reaching for promotion and publicity. But part of the problem that I've had with that direction is that remembering the gorgeous taste of Dorothy Draper, the very special world that she identified with, and the inventiveness of her taking a stuffiness out of a whole established world that resists change and making them accept larger-than-life roses
and making them feel happy and comfortable in it.
Oh, absolutely. And by virtue of her authority as an arbiter of taste, to have her company now run by Carlton Varney, who it seems to me has made himself commercially enormously successful by supporting what I've always said, never underestimate the bad taste of most of America.
Well, I think Carlton realized that Dorothy Draper had achieved a name worth owning, and he was able to make a financial agreement in order to control the name and the look, in a way, of Dorothy Draper Enterprises. And of course, there had already been copyrights on certain papers and certain fabrics and certain other things, lighting fixtures and so on, that had been sort of franchised arrangements. And those things, in many cases, are still continuing. I think the part that's unfortunate is that at times, just as Mrs. Draper did, Carlton Varney has been able to secure the services of some very talented people, and in those cases the work has gone on quite well. In other cases, those people have left after a certain length of time for various reasons, and there have been much less talented people. This can happen in many firms, but sometimes the degree of taste has come nowhere near being adequate, and then there have been things which have been almost embarrassingly unfortunate to be connected with a name of a firm like that. I think that as far as the standards that were established by Mrs. Draper in the usage of some of her fabric designs and papers and things of that sort, it's been a good idea to continue some of them. Some of them, of course, have gotten dated and look dated. Sometimes the solutions that have been turned out by the Varney office have also looked very dated. I recently saw the Brazilian court in Palm Beach, which the firm has undertaken to do over. And it's rather interesting because you feel all of a sudden that you have walked back into the perhaps early 1950s, when the last part of the Draper period, when she was in charge. And it's been closer to her style than many things, and many parts of it are quite amusing and uplifting, sort of, in the cheeriness of the colors and so on, where they're very much like hers. There are certain parts of it where it's been forced or gone wrong a bit. And it's rather interesting to see what's happened in a case like that.
Yeah, everything new is old again. Everything old is new again. That kind of thing. What about people like Michael Taylor?
I think Michael Taylor has been a wonderful force, particularly in the West, where there's been a sparsity of good designers for interior design. It's curious that as California has developed all the resources for interior design, wonderful fabric outlets and wonderful showrooms with every known kind of furniture from the very best resources of Europe and this country, everywhere else, coming in there. that great Pacific Design Center, making our central showroom buildings look rather small in comparison for something under one roof. And then those big areas, block after block of design resources near it. All of that, one would think, would make it possible to turn out an infinite number of perfectly wonderful houses, beautiful rooms, and so on, as far as interiors go. And yet, the number of people who are first class, it seems to me, are surprisingly few on the West Coast. But Michael Taylor, I think, is absolutely wonderful because he has been able to use all of those wonderful resources and somehow impart the message of California lifestyle in a very elegant and firm way, and also as he goes along, using many beautiful things from the past very successfully with very contemporary pieces, some of them of his own design, some of them from other new designers, and combining it into a Michael Taylor look, which is, I think, one of the very best in the whole country. I think he's a wonderful designer.
Can you describe his look?
Well, I think he would be one one of the first to say that he's had major design influences. Mrs. Elkins is one from an early time. I think that he's, to a certain extent, been influenced, or perhaps by Elsie de Wolfe in an indirect way, some of his earlier work. I think textile design in California, those heavy linens and heavy wools and things of that sort that seem to be associated very much with weavers and producers of such things, he's used nicely. I think the scale, there's enormous rooms and very, very large, chunky pieces of furniture in many cases work well. The way that he appreciates the advantage of having some of those gigantic California rooms furnished with very massive things of his own design. Those pieces of cut up trees and things of that sort, which can look awful when they're manhandled by somebody who doesn't quite know how to use them. They look extremely awkward. Are very, very well used in many of his rooms. Shows the possibilities. And that, I think, is a rather California kind of thing, and it's come east eventually, but I think Michael Taylor's done that very well. I think his use of the all-white room, I think in that way perhaps he owes something to Thierry Mon. He perhaps doesn't use the all-white look as insistently as he used to, but he produced several rooms that were basically white with a lot of crystal and mirror and so on, that were ravishing rooms. I think his house from time to time has showed changes of thinking. Sometimes after he's had some interesting buying trips in Europe and other places, perhaps the Far East as well, he's brought back many things that he wanted to bring together and used them very successfully in his rooms. A very opulent look.
What about some of the young people in New York? Young, relatively young. Denny Picard.
Well, I think Deming Tricard come as close as we have produced in this country of achieving something that they call France the Goux Rothschild. It's that very, very opulent taste. Presuming that one has the advantages of some great collection, wonderful tapestries, superb rugs, lots of important French or English furniture, or a combination of wonderful things perhaps from the Orient as well, wonderful screens, things of that sort, and a great many of them in juxtaposition.
sometimes overpowering for many people's taste, but certainly a dramatic and interesting impact. I think when the Wrightsman's sale took place a couple of years ago, and that extraordinary collection of furniture together with the upholstery that Deming Foucault had provided, that startling, more or less oriental pattern on all printed cotton and other coverings of furniture, opened people's eyes up to their style. And as a matter of fact, and there was, as a result of the auction, people bought upholstered furniture, which had been made only a few years before, at about 3 times the price that it was produced in New York.
Yeah.
And simply, it was a question of paying for their taste.
How about somebody like Metzger?
Well, I think Bobby's had still to find himself. He had a long background of training with Olga Erlanger, who was certainly a very much respected dealer in antiques and had a very special style. She had a certain cachet and the kind of things that you would find in her shop. And I think that was a good experience for him. I think he had a rather brief training as formal training as a designer in the New York School of Interior Design. Not that is to say that he didn't have adequate training, but I think a bit more training and more discipline at first would have helped, because he's had to learn some things in the hard way. And I think some of his experiments, and certainly anybody should have credit for experimenting, have not always succeeded. I think he's been very fortunate in having good clients and in knowing how to hold on to them and knowing how to gain their confidence. And I think in some cases to work with very good people. I think the lacquer specialists that he's been involved with and so on have done some astonishingly good things for him. Very elaborate custom-built cabinets and things of that sort have made a good impression. But I think sometimes you'll see, particularly in some of the showrooms that he's done, a certain uncertainty as to what to emphasize. Your eye is drawn in 4 or 5 different ways, and there's not enough feeling of continuity from one thing to the next to pull it all together. It seems to shoot out in different directions. He is a good collector. He's acquired some lovely things, not only for himself but for clients, and that I think comes from his training with as an antiquaire. You know.
Yeah. Now, who have we left out that you'd like to comment on?
Let's see. Zajac and Callahan.
Yes, go ahead.
I think Edward Zajac and Richard Callahan have been important contributors to interior design. They now, I think, are reaching a sort of maturity in their style. Having been in the business slightly more than 25 years, I think Edward, having worked for Mr. Baldwin, had wonderful experience, and both of them are adventurous. Both of them are very impatient with things as they find them, and they like to startle the world a bit from time to time. They like to put things together in a very unexpected way, and sometimes it works very well and sometimes it doesn't come off so well, but I think that's the price you pay for experimentation. I think they have enormous respect for the past. They use it rather interestingly, sometimes very unconventionally. Sometimes they take liberty with scale, I suppose in a knowing way, knowing perfectly well that they're violating some traditional rules of design, and they make it come off, and in some cases
It's rather tongue-in-cheek, and I don't think it's intended to be permanent, but it makes a very definite statement. I like their adaptations of some of the Jean-Michel Franck ideas very much. I like their adaptations of Venetian mirrors and mirrored consoles, things of that sort, which they've had on the market for some time. It's elegant and spirited. It's theatrical, dramatic. I like their work in general.
Well, I've sort of saved a person that I'm terribly interested in hearing your reaction to. We lost him a year ago or so. Angelo Donghia, who, as you know, was a close friend of mine. I know a close friend of yours. But it would be wonderful for the archives and for this oral history to have whatever statement you wish to make about him, because I do have the feeling about certain people are seminal for their time, and other people feed off of them, and hopefully one can make their name stay alive in some way.
Well, Angelo was a remarkable designer and had a remarkable career. He was a constant learner. He was always able to absorb more. He was able to look at traditional ways of doing things with a new eye, seeing what he could do with some things that had not been done before, perhaps, or certainly not in the same way. He was also impatient with a good many modern designers who I'm sure he felt were trying to do something and not succeeding, and I think he was able to find new directions for himself that he could use in his work and that he could put on the market, and I think he made a big contribution in that way. He, for example, could look at things from the Art Deco past, or as we've said earlier, perhaps from theater sets or movie sets from the 20s or 30s, and see right away that there was an idea which could be adapted to our own time, simplified perhaps in one way or another, or perhaps with a slight change of scale, made more interesting or more comfortable. But I think he had that gift as well. I think he was a very quick study. I think he could look at a room and very quickly come to a solution, work out a solution that might take other people considerably longer. I think he was able, through consultation, to decide a good bit about what the client wanted, sometimes more than the client really knew himself or herself. I think he was quite clever not to get too involved with the client so he didn't lose his objectivity. I believe in one of the interviews he had with Barbara Diamondstein, he said as a rule he made it a principle not to dine out with his clients, or vice versa. And I think in that way he could retain a very professional relationship, and he was above all very professional, I think. I think he was a business genius. I think he learned a great deal from his association with Yale Burge, who was also very, very clever in aspects of manufacturing and marketing and things of that sort. And I think that it was mutually beneficial for them both. And Angelo also had the good fortune of having capital available at an unusually young age, just by good fortune for him. He inherited some money that he used wisely to buy into the Burge business, the decorating part of it, and at a very early time in a career to begin to take off and develop that business far beyond what it had been. And then he had the gift of finding good people and of being able to delegate authority, and in that way to run several businesses at one time. Sometimes less successful in some areas and more successful in others, but that would be true of any business that had all those multiple facets. I think he also had a gift for seeing the possibilities of old houses, remodeling and so on, to an unusual degree, and I think that was shown up in various places where he lived, here in town and in Florida and Connecticut and so on. He remodeled with enormous success. Some cases with great respect, in some cases with a complete wiping off of the old slate and starting again where it was necessary.
As you know, when he was alive and during the period of his illness, Tim McDonald remained the number one chief designer of the company, and after his death, for various reasons, Tim left and set up his own company. Are you aware of his work, and what do you think of it?
Not very aware. I'm aware that he made a substantial contribution, I believe, at the time, but through various circumstances, I didn't see very much of him. And although Angelo was a very good friend of mine, as his business took him away from New York a lot, or involved him in very complicated projects, I saw much less of Angelo in his later years than I did earlier, and so I also saw much less of the people who were associated with him.
Well, we'll correct that very soon. I think you should know Tim, and
Yes.
certainly be aware of what he is doing. I know that he's working on an extraordinary property in France, and I've seen the the plans, and it's just magnificent.
I'd love to
And you
see it.
should experience that,
Yes.
of course. Let's talk a little about the nature of what's happened to the media in relationship to interior design. I mean, we have a number of magazines, and certainly Architectural Digest, under the brilliant direction of Paige Renz, took off at a time when, I mean, we could all remember Architectural Digest as a magazine that somehow or other was something you took to bed with you if you were suffering from serious insomnia.
Exactly.
You know.
Yes, it was a rather regional, somewhat inconsequential magazine among other sort of marginal so-called shelter magazines of the time, and all of a sudden, under Paige Renz's direction, it became an entirely different kind of thing. And at that time, we used to say, isn't it too bad that we don't have a magazine that insists on absolutely first-class quality with much less commercial influence, and perhaps had some of the aspects of Connaissance, a French magazine, which always included a number of very important historic buildings and collections and so forth, and people who had very special taste of one sort or another. And Paige, when she first appeared in New York, and would have a chance to talk with some of us. I remember Joe Braswell introduced me to her first, and we got into a discussion about this problem of what had happened to American interior design magazines, and I said, isn't it a pity that we don't have something that emphasizes some of these aspects? And she said, that's exactly what I would like to do with Architectural Digest. And so everyone felt encouraged, and she made herself responsible really for finding out who was doing the very best work and who had seen interesting things both here and abroad that would be of interest for her to investigate, to send people out to see and write about and things of that sort. I think a wonderful contribution. And at that time, House of Garden was taking a new tack, and for one reason or another, turned out more for worse than better. It became a very commercial magazine, and one could see it in the format and covers, which suddenly became something like supermarket shelter magazines and so on. And as Architectural Digest progressed, the other one seemed to get more involved in a very middle class, sort of mediocre area. And of course, as the circulation of Architectural Digest went up, House and Garden seemed to go down to the point where they had to change management and change direction. And then they took on a look very much like Architectural Digest had created, a whole new format.
Oh, the first few issues, you'd swear you were looking at
Yes,
Architectural
almost,
Digest.
except
I
for
mean,
the label on the front cover.
It was really an extraordinary knockoff.
And it's been mutually good for both, because now House and Garden has again become an extremely interesting magazine. And they do take in wide areas that haven't been done before, and all sorts of surprising specialties seem to have come out. I think both magazines have gained by that kind of competition. And House Beautiful has had its ups and downs, and although it doesn't have as many ups perhaps as the others have, it occasionally has startling good articles, and they can be good. Also, Town and Country at times will have important articles, depending on whose house it is that they're focusing on. But they have had some very good ones, both Houses and Gardens. And the English Interior Views is a good one. Sometimes very tongue-in-cheek, a little bit whimsical, the way the English are inclined to be. But I think for each one of those articles there can be something terribly important and worth serious consideration. I think the press in general for interior design, whether we're talking about the New York Times Sunday articles or Thursday articles, when they have their home section, has been both good and bad influence. It tends to be very trendy, and I think in order to promote magazine circulation and advertising, they will go in for such things. What are our colors for 1987? What are they going to be? What is big next year? And of course, I find that absurd. I mean, colors that were used 2,000 years ago may be much more stimulating than something that goes into 1987 edition of a magazine. Certainly, we all know of perfectly wonderful color combinations from the 18th and 19th and earlier centuries that are terribly exciting and don't have to be of any particular year or of any particular trend. But it's just like General Motors or any other automotive company saying what we're going to do for next year and having a color committee deciding what the upholstery and the outside finishes and all the rest are going to be for next year. But I think it's a rather bad thing to have happen for interior design. I think it should be for the location, for the person, for the lifestyle, for whatever the collection is, whether it's of paintings or sculpture or other things. All those are far more important considerations than what's predicted for next spring or something.
I do think that Digest is very often misunderstood by people who think in some way that it's an arbiter that puts the good seal of approval, and I don't think that's what she's doing. I think what she's doing is doing a very good job of reportage about here are levels of major activity in the design
In
field.
different regions, in different places.
Absolutely. And it doesn't mean that I'm mad about this or mad about that or this is better than this or not as good as that. It just means this is what is happening and you ought to know about it.
Here is a stimulating, exciting Mexican house
Yes.
by a very innovative architect who's put his firm's stamp on modern design in Mexico.
Well, I do think
Something
that
of
she
sort.
has some resistance to true avant-garde modernism because I think that most of her readers are ladies, perhaps of
Nancy Reagan
seasoned years, let's put it that way. And they really aren't into modern.
But every once in a while she'll startle everybody by having a very forthright, very contemporary house or interior.
Yeah, I once asked her why she didn't do more contemporary things and be a forward force as far as the young are concerned, because there are thousands of interior design students, architect students, product design students, and so forth, who regard a lot of the layouts that are done in Digest, as well as House and Garden, as being dated houses that have nothing to do with the lifestyle
What they're interested in.
they're interested in, and they ache to find things that. And she, I must say, her answer was, "I'll wait for them to get rich enough to join us."
Well, it's a very realistic point of view, a bit cynical, but I think it's one of her responsibilities to keep that circulation going, to keep the advertisers' interest, and so forth and so on. And as far as your general question about the press goes, we can't disregard that. Those magazines are extremely helpful in informing people about style, about who is doing what, and where, and for whom, and things of that sort. All of that's important. But one of the prices we have to pay is just like commercials on television. You have to include some other things. And if a great celebrity has built a new house or done over an old house or something or other, that's of news interest. And you may not agree at all with the taste that's shown, but it's news. So there is the news aspect of it as well, on the sort of celebrity coverage, which is part of press interest. And
Well, I do think the thing you have to remember is that magazines, newspapers are not in the interior design business. They are in the business of selling magazines and newspapers.
of course.
And so they necessarily, have to present the things that will retain the interest of the reader or encourage new readers to join them. And some of the critical judgments that are made by people who say, "Oh, I hate that," or "That's a terrible level," or "That's the worst possible taste," forget that we live in a mass society. I mean, the smallest magazine of any value is talking about 100,000 circulation. That kind of thing. That's a lot of readers. A lot of.
Yes, I've talked with some of the writers for the home issue each Thursday on the New York Times, and I'll say, "Oh my God, do we still have one more after all the thousands of Soho lofts or Tribeca, of this same old lifestyle, and the mattresses built up on a step and the tub sunk into the living room and the rest of it." And they'll say, yes, this, we have analysis of our readership. We know how many are interested in this and how many more or less are interested in that. And it's absolutely impossible not to include some of this. And some of the writers know perfectly well that it's old stuff or very trite usage of things done over and over again, but still of great interest to some people. Some people don't wake up for a long time and haven't realized they could have been looking at the same thing, 10 years ago. But sometimes they're only ready to be interested at a certain time in their lives, and so it's new to them, and they have all that. I suppose we should be thankful if one article in 10 has anything that we would consider of real interest or real quality.
I think that's a perfectly valid percentage. Considering the size of the readership.
Particularly for newspaper.
Yes, absolutely. Magazines can be zeroed in much more carefully, I think, because you have the choice of either buying it or not buying it.
Well, it has to do with the proportion in the world of what we consider discrimination and taste. And even in teaching, one realizes that you're going to be very disillusioned if you expect every one of your students to be talented. Very, very experienced educators in design have more or less agreed that 2% of talent in any given class is rather high. That you may have quite a degree of competence, that's a very different thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you may have people who are capable of learning a lot and working very hard and bringing themselves up to a level of competence that will allow them to get good, responsible jobs. But as far as creative, new, and elegant, discriminating kinds of work, that you shouldn't expect a large proportion of in any given class. Once in a while you'll have great good luck and you'll have a cluster that may come together and also stimulate each other and bring them up to a high level. But part of the task of teaching and part of the stimulating part of it too, the challenge, is to do as much as you can with what you've got. And sometimes you can do surprising things. Sometimes you have very late bloomers, late developers, and so on. And after a slow period, they wake up and they suddenly become conscious of a whole lot of things that were dormant before. And when you do that, you really you get a great feeling of satisfaction. And I think the same thing about readership. I think you have perhaps a very small proportion of people who really appreciate a beautifully done, elegant kind of room as it may appear in a publication, and a great many people who say, oh, that's not in my field of interest at all, and I won't bother to look at that. It's kind of marvelous that there are as many, I suppose, that are interested in good things.
One of the things that's been running around my brain ever since we started doing this tape is that if you had not run into Van de Truex that day on the avenue when you returned and assumed that you were going to return to Joe Platt's atelier, and had gone on to be, say, an interior designer, do you ever have any moments when you have a feeling of frustration that you too could have been, how you say, a name designer?
I sometimes think about it, that I would have liked perhaps some of the thrill of having your work acknowledged and recognized, but I think I've had it's balanced pretty well because instead of doing rooms, I've created some designers, and the designers sort of become your tools of working, or tools to work with, and it may be a sort of second-hand satisfaction, but when you see them doing wonderful things and getting recognition, and sometimes being terribly generous about expressing appreciation for what you've done for them, I think it's a wonderful satisfaction. I don't really have serious regrets about that.
Good. The other thing is that you are at retirement age as far as academia is concerned. At the same time, you're so dynamic, so young, so vital, so curious, so interested, so alive. It
I
seems
wish
to
I could agree.
Well, no, I think it's true, and I just,
Nice.
you know,
Thank you.
do you have any, smart little, marvelous pillow writings that will guide us all?
Well, I think every day should be an exciting day as far as seeing the world somewhat with a new point of view, and also seeing old things with a new point of view. If you have an affair with your books, as I've had for about 40 years, you'll find it's a marriage that lasts a long time. Like any good one, it has the new facets opening up, and you can read books and look at illustrations and say, my God, why didn't I see this 20 years ago, or I simply wasn't ready to observe it or take it in, and isn't it marvelous at last in my old age I'm beginning to see what this is about. And I think you can look at buildings and you can look at rooms and you can reevaluate things, and things that perhaps you thought were simply wonderful at a certain age, you have reservations about, perhaps. Some you think are even better than ever. But I think this question of a reevaluation and reappraisal, rather important things. They make life very exciting if you're ready to make the mental effort. I think when you stop analyzing and stop reasoning and stop searching, then the whole thing. I think travel is one of the things that has no end of interest. I've found that I have learned more perhaps during the times in my life when I have been able to travel and see things which I have known about through reading perhaps or hearsay, and having the first hand encounter is something that nothing can take the place of. And I think seeing things over and over again is not simply a question of deja vu. I think it's a question of gaining insight. And there are certain wonderful houses, whether they're Italian villas or Roman palazzos or Connecticut farmhouses or whatever, uh, nice little houses in the Valley of Virginia and so on, that one can increasingly enjoy. And you have to move around and you have to see these things. You don't see them every day, but I think having intervals of time in between visits helps. And I certainly think for students, when they're starting out at an impressionable age, to see as much as they possibly can and to travel as much as they can.
Expand this point about students.
Yes,
What else should they do?
with, well, I think they should develop a certain seeing eye. It's one of the things that a school can help with. And instead of having a very chancy, unanalytical observations, to make perhaps a checklist when they're looking, for instance, at a room professionally, to make a list to see that they're not overlooking certain aspects. First of all, the plan of the room. What is the challenge? What are the problems? How are they overcome? And so on. And how are the good points accented? Then the next thing, knowing what the room is intended for, how well has the selection of furniture, how has that been accomplished, or what has been chosen, and how well has it been placed, how is the actual space occupied by the pieces in the room related to the amount of space available, and for the traffic problems and the usage and so on. And then you can go on into many other things. For instance, you could have on your checklist the question of silhouette and shape. Are you having a rhythmic repetition of shapes, or are you knowingly contrasting sharp angles with curves and things, but doing them in a juxtaposition that makes sense and interest in doing that? Also, whether you're overscaling or underscaling things knowingly instead of just happen. Whether you're conscious of light and shade, the value treatments in the room as tools in design, whether you're spotting dark objects against a light wall or vice versa, or if you have problems disguising an unfortunate shape that has to be in the room, whether you make it about the same as its background and then draw your eye by contrast and value to something else. But these are things that should be taken into consideration. Then what you do about pattern and color, have that on your checklist. Sometimes they combine because texture can make a pattern and so on. Sometimes we overlook the fact that glass and mirror are textures. The more obvious considerations of textiles and brick and stone are quite obvious, but sometimes the sheen of polished marble and so on against something rather rough or something lacquered and so on, these things should be within the designer's perception and control, and sometimes they're not. How you control light in a room, the natural light that's already there in the daytime, and the controlled light, and whether or not you have enough imagination to be able to offer dramatic control, so that like the theater you can turn it up or down, or perhaps have some color variations and some transformation of colors at night that are not there in the daytime, or compensations for changes of light. But all that's within a designer's ability to control. And that should be on the checklist to see whether or not the observer is seeing that, and whether or not he thinks the designer has done enough with it, or has been masterful, or not. I think the question of mood, of whether it's a cheerful atmosphere to dine in, or whether if it's a house that'll be chiefly used in New York at night, it's designed for that and perhaps is not so effective the rest of the day, but nevertheless, if it's in mostly a night usage, if that is dramatic and interesting, and whether the observer understands that. And that should be discussed if a person is writing an analysis of a room. Um, I think there are many things about collections, whether or not they have been placed to the best advantage, whether you can see them well, or whether there's so many things that all you can do is make an overall pattern of them, or whether if it's a very, very selective thing that you've eliminated almost everything else so that you do appreciate them 100%. And whether that's the way the designer, the owner wants them used, that sort of thing. Whether or not there is something extraordinary in the way of a panel detail, whether it's a French or an English or period something or other, or whether they have had to create something. Maybe they have a wonderful collection of vases and then they choose a marvelous design for a bracket and then place those brackets in a pattern, or maybe control them within a molding or something. But that's something to consider. But there are these things which a student can very easily overlook, but if they discipline themselves and perhaps even go to the point of having a checklist, then trying them out. Maybe they'll go to Bloomingdale's, maybe they'll go to a show house, maybe they'll simply go to a museum room and see if they've really been aware of all these things. I think that's helpful.
What about areas such as those connecting forces? I mean, people design furniture, somebody has to sit in them, and people who sit in them wear clothes, and certain clothes do not work in certain chairs, you know, that kind of thing. And because the students today seem to have a particularistic approach and wear blinders to everything else.
Well, I think it's the same question we spoke about earlier as understanding other people's lifestyles. At certain ages, today's generation of students have no conception at all of a lifestyle which is a fairly insistent one of sitting up in furniture and walking into a dinner party and men being courteous and helping women into their chairs, pulling out the chairs and all of that sort of thing, instead of everybody grabbing a plate and sitting down on the floor and having a picnic kind of a meal or something. That's not to say that it isn't pleasant to have an informal lifestyle if that's appropriate to the loft or whatever it is they're living in. But if they're designing for somebody else, it's very inappropriate. And they've got to realize that some people take that very seriously, and that some people still will give dinner parties where black tie is worn and the way people use the furniture and so on is relatively formal. Not everybody's going to sit down on the floor. It's pretty hard for some students who have never lived any other way to take that seriously. But if they're going to get very far, they've got to start somewhere.
I always suggest to students that they look at windows, recognizing that stores operate on various levels, and if you look at Tiffany's and a Jean Moore window, and you go over to Bendel's and you see that flash of style and eccentricity and wit, you know, and then look at the dignity of Bergdorf's, the luxe of Van Cleef and Arpels, and you can go on and on and on.
Saks Fifth Avenue, lots of things. Yes.
That you can feed your eye with the relationship of mood, clothes, and objects. That certain objects are associated with certain messages that wardrobe communicates. A certain chair would be inappropriate with a dress.
Oh, exactly.
The display person will find the right chair, hopefully, you know, if they're good.
A couple of years ago, I went down to Virginia with Mario to see a house that he'd been working on. And these people lived in a fairly opulent but very informal way. And part of the house was rather divided from the rest of it, and had a perfect, one part had a very normal, rather big sitting room, almost what you'd call a drawing room, and a rather formal dining room, and a very comfortable library, still rather formally furnished. Then the other part of the house was where they'd come in and kick off their riding boots and throw themselves down on a kind of a tweed-covered couch, and the floor was of some sort of I think vinyl tile or something with some braided rugs or something on it, so that it couldn't possibly be damaged. No, I think they were real tiles, as a matter of fact, Mexican tile. In any case, it was obvious that they didn't want to have to go in the other part of the house and feel, oh well, I can't throw my boots off here, or I've had wet riding breeches or something, and I don't want to sit on that satin or chintz sofa or
Of
something.
course.
And so everything was arranged for that. But the same thing can be thought of in the same house, these two things. And of course, some people only live one style, and they only want the very, very informal sort of thing, and others want something much more formal for the country.
Would you advise students to go to the theater?
Absolutely, my goodness, yes. It's terribly expensive for them now, and maybe they'll have to give up the dessert for a few days, or perhaps sacrifice some other things, maybe not so many disco records or whatever it is that they collect, but to have the direct experience of a good theater, I think is far more valuable than hearing some more of the same rock and roll or whatever it is that they are collecting.
Why is it more valuable?
Well, I think that for a student who's interested to be it's probably very valuable to be interested in contemporary music, with its a good many facets of it. But I think for somebody who's going to make their life with visual presentations and putting together furniture and architectural backgrounds of one sort or another, and all those things, that there's very little connection between the two, and that it has to be at the cost of one thing giving into the other, they better go in the direction of their career. If they're going to be musicians, that's a different thing, it'd be the opposite.
I've always said to students that the interesting thing is when a curtain comes up, you see the set immediately.
Of course.
That doesn't move, it's there. And it has
And
to...
sometimes the audience will burst into applause. It's such a strong impact, and it sets the mood so clearly.
And it says
Yeah.
and defines
Yes.
where you are.
Yes, exactly.
And
The time, it defines the place, kind of people, what play to a certain extent may
taste
be
level.
involved.
Taste level.
Yes, their social placement.
Economic position.
All that is quickly stated. Somebody who has any sensitivity.
Well, my point to them is that you see, if the set designer gets that by reading the script, then isn't there something for you to learn by seeing what he has translated?
Yes.
Because you are going to be dealing with stories with your
Perhaps,
clients.
perhaps they won't be able to eliminate as much as some stage designers do, who get in the direction of abstraction and only pick out certain features to emphasize it and simply obliterate the rest. There are liberties
Sure.
that can be taken for good reason by some designers. But even that, for certain reasons, can be adapted by an interior
Mhm.
designer.
Mhm.
There are some people who want most things eliminated, and it's this less is more part of 20th century design, and sometimes a stage designer can do that better than most interior designers.
Well, I always point out to students that you also have to watch the pattern of movement, how people move around a room.
Exactly. You get a very good visual illustration about how that space is used, and some people, even though they draw a dozen floor plans and make diagrams of pathways, don't give enough room for a full skirt to move easily through,
Or two people to pass
or
each
two
other.
people to pass one another, or a very tall, big person to be at ease in a room where he should be at ease, that sort of thing.
Well, I also commented recently to a group of people that we are an aging population. We are getting older all the time. And one of the realities is that it's very difficult for people who are in advanced years to sit in deep-set couches and get up comfortably.
They have to be hauled out. It becomes a gymnastic performance.
And so you have to think about that, in terms of designing rooms. So at least there's some place in that room for 1 or 2 or 3 people to be able to sit comfortably.
Oh, yes.
You know. Therefore, there's a relationship to understanding the demographics of the society.
And it's surprising, some very experienced and skillful designers somehow have a certain mental block about realizing a necessary scale. For instance, Billy Baldwin himself oftentimes used those tiny little chairs, and if you those slipper chairs, and if you see a tall man, anybody 6 feet or more, it becomes absurd. Their knees are sticking way out, and they're only half sitting on the chair.
Well, they look as though they're sitting in a children's dollhouse.
Yes, and he was a tiny little person. For him, it was absolutely perfect. But people would say, well, now, Billy, so-and-so is a very big man. Well, I've always used these, and everybody likes them, and I don't like them when they're scaled up. That would be the answer.
Well,
Take it or leave it.
you're quite right in recognizing, I adore D'Angelo Donadieu both personally as well as professionally, and he was responsible for decorating a number of houses of mine.
Course, yes.
But one of the things that I finally had to sit down and say to him, Angelo, there's something I have to tell you. You do not read. I read all the time.
I said the same thing to Tom Brett, too.
Did you really?
Yes.
I said, you cannot put me in a bed or an easy chair with a light that doesn't allow me to read.
Exactly.
And it was so funny because I went to stay with him in Key West when he had that wonderful house that he later sold to Calvin Klein.
Yeah.
And he proudly said, I've done this special room for you, and this is to be your room whenever you visit. And I went in, the room was totally charming, and I said, oh, thank you so much. And I unpacked, and I got in, I said, I think I'll take a bit of a nap after my trip. And my normal technique is to pick up a book and continue to read and drift off. It's the most pleasant way to fall asleep. And I thought, where is the light? There was no light.
No.
And I said, Angelo.
He'd forgotten that was important for your style.
Absolutely, exactly.
And way.
Well, my dear.
It was very hard sometimes for people to empathize and put themselves exactly in the position of somebody who finds it, that it's meat and drink to read every day, and you can't possibly imagine a day of your life when you don't want to sit down and have an hour or so of reading. But there are some people who apparently get along with very little or none.
I think there are often people who are marvelously visual, and lots of designers are.
Exactly, yeah.
And they're not involved with words, they're involved with pictures. And pictures are something that are usually larger than the print that you have to read. And they don't do it in bed. They have a tendency to...
That's right. They look at photographs, they look at illustrations, and they get a great deal out of that.
Oh, absolutely.
And then, to a certain extent, they seem to simply absorb what's going on by the atmosphere. People they see, houses they go to, and so on. Tom Britt almost gets it by osmosis. He almost never reads at all, not even the newspapers. And yet he's very, very aware of contemporary spirit. And his houses are masterpieces in many ways of good design. And he's very aware of contemporary look too, but he gets it from other means. He doesn't get it by reading.
It may well be that if you are a really good designer and very visual, that you don't deal with words. You
That's
deal with
true.
objects and images.
Yes.
And because it's been consistent with a number of designers who I respect and admire, I've discovered they don't read.
Don't read much.
And for those people like you and me who are, I love what you said, your 40-year affair with your books, and I understand it perfectly.
Yeah.
I do. Somebody said to me, I understand that you spend part of your time in California, and I said, well, it's now my home. And they said, how do you know it's your home? You're in New York a great deal of the time. And I said, because my books are there.
It's a big part of your image and your feeling and so on.
Yeah. Well, speaking of big parts of images and feeling, how grateful we are that you've shared so many images and so much of your feelings about the whole field of interior design This has been invaluable. I have learned so much, as well as feel privileged to be able to share the experience with you. And certainly on behalf of the Resource Center and FIT, I'm deeply grateful.
Thank you very much, Robert L. I have enjoyed it, and I have learned. I think one usually learns much more than one's aware with a discussion of this sort, because to a certain extent it's analysis. I mean, we are on the couch right here. Thank you very much for the experience.